District to order. If you would all please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We do have a quorum, and we have some newly elected officers that are going to be sworn in. I have a question for board members currently sitting up here. If you have any objection to switching agenda review with election of officers after we swear in, just switching those two items, is that a problem? I just want to do agenda review before we do officers. Okay. Is that okay? Okay. Then we are on to item D, accepting the certification of the San Luis Obispo County Clerk Recorder of the November 6, 2018 election results. And I think we're going to administer the oath of office to 3 directors, yes? Ms. Madrid.
Yes, Madam President. We are going to administer the oath. The Deputy District Clerk will do that. So if we could get the new elected directors up here, that'd be great.
Thank you. We're going to have 2 new directors and 1 reappointed director to join us here at the dais. Give them a moment to settle in. Okay, agenda review. The reason I asked for the items to be switched is, and as I had mentioned at the meeting last month, I wanted to have the board consider whether or not to have the election of board of director officers at the start of the meeting or at the end, because it could be, as long as we do it at the December meeting, we're in compliance with the bylaws, but it has to be a decision, consensus of the majority of the board to do that. So this is where I say, do we want to move that item or leave it for this next item?
Well, considering, I think that if anybody's a rule breaker up here, I guess it's me. But I think considering that this is usually the way it's been, I think following rules and regulations as normally would be appropriate at this point.
No problem. I don't have a problem with that. I wanted to get a consensus.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me either way.
And the norm is usually that it just follows after the election of the new.
Yes.
I guess by process, then I'd just soon have it go ahead and remain the same.
Fine with me then. Let's go with the election of officers of the board. I do have some items, some requests to speak on this item. Ms. Madrid, do we have any staff report?
Yes, we do have a staff report for the election of officers. Do you want me to review it?
No, that's fine. I didn't know if you had anything that you wanted to add in before we do this.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I think I'm fine.
Okay, so then I would like to open the nominations for the office of president for the board.
Yes, I nominate Dave Pearson.
Okay, pull your mic a little closer.
Is this
There you go.
Can you all
Yeah.
hear me? Yeah, okay. Yes, I nominate Dave Pearson. Still not on.
It's on.
My light's
there we
on.
go.
Hello? Okay. Now, yes, I nominate Dave Pearson.
I'll second.
Okay, so there's been a nomination and a second, and before we take a vote, I have two requests to speak, starting with Tom Gray, followed by Christine Heinrich. If you would like to speak on this item, please make sure you get a slip in. It's Tom Gray, followed by Christine Heinrich, and you will have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Is this on? There we are. Hello? Okay. Hi. Yeah, thank you for giving me the chance to address the board today on the question of who is to be president for the next year. I wanted to speak and stand up in support of David Pearson, who's as you know, is a appointed member who has served nearly a year. I have some good, strong recollections of the whole process by which he was appointed, and I was involved in that too, as you know. And I was impressed. I was impressed at the time that David was a consensus candidate, a bridge builder, someone who was brought forward as someone whom both sides could agree should be a member of the board. I think since then he has carried out that role very well. He is a force for, I think, bringing agreement on issues to the board. He's been also a very competent, from what I've seen, very competent chairman of the Finance Committee, and a very fair-minded conductor of meetings, which is going to be very important going forward at this board. So I would wholeheartedly endorse him as president for the coming term. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Christine Heinrich, followed by Donald Archer.
Thank you. Well, welcome. This is a new year, and welcome to the new members. This is a new board, and we're all looking forward to a changing conversation in 2019. As you select officers among yourselves, please consider that Harry Farmer now has the most seniority on the board, with the exception of retiring President Amanda Rice. President Rice has served with distinction during difficult discussions. She demonstrated how important the role of president is by presiding with fairness and willingness to learn. Thank you, President Rice. But it's time for Harry to take up the gavel. He has served well as a director for 2 years. He has created important relationships among board members, community members, and agencies with which Cambria deals. The high priority issue, the permanent coastal development permit, involves relationships with county elected and appointed officials on the Planning Commission, county staff members, and supervisors. Coastal Commission staff contribute to the discussion. Harry is known and respected among them all. Harry's good nature helps deflate contentious issues. His many years as a Cambrian have made him well known to the community. Cambrians feel comfortable approaching him to discuss issues. He has held monthly open meetings to give all Cambrians an opportunity to meet informally with him. He understands the issues. We're fortunate to have him on the board. Please vote to make him president.
Thank you for your comments. Donald Archer.
Hello, board members, and congratulations to the new board members. I just wanted to, basically, I agree with what Christina just said. I feel that Harry has served really well, and he is one of the longer-serving board members now. Also, I think he's been very good about having contact with the public, which I think is really essential. I've really been impressed with Harry's ability to have the table talks. He's been accessible. I can call him. Other people I know have. I feel he would just be a really good addition for the board to be president. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor for David Pearson. Is there any other nominations? Then I'll close the nominations and let's take a vote, please. Yes, I'm sorry, I can't see your light.
Well, that's because it's not on. Sorry.
Okay, that's.
So much for being president, right? I just want to make a statement which may sound kind of unusual. First, I appreciate the vote of confidence from the folks that just got up and spoke. But I have to say, and this may be the only time that I make this comment, but I'm very much in agreement with Tom Gray and his support of David Pearson for president. And I think that David would do an excellent job as president of the board of directors of the CCSD. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And it was absolutely, this was discussion. So let's take a roll call vote, please. You do accept the nomination, yes?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Okay.
Director Howe,
Yes.
Director Seidel, Director Pearson,
Yes.
Director Farmer,
Yes.
Director Rice.
Aye. So that passes 5-0. To the new board members and the new president, your light being on, your microphone being on is how I tell if you have something you want to say. So just turn your mic on if there's a point at which you want to say something. And with that, I will pass over a borrowed gavel, because this one has my name on it. So we're going to have to get you one of your own. But I think we can handle that. Congratulations. Peaceful change of power, right?
Thank you all. And thank you to my fellow board members for your vote of confidence. I hope I can do as well as our outgoing president did. I would like to say that Director Rice did a marvelous job as our leader. I think we made a lot of progress while she was president. She had 2 terms, but both terms I think were very positive, and we made a lot of headway. We've opened up a lot of transparency, and it is my feeling that we're going to continue to do so. And I think I have the rest of the board in agreement with that. So that's one of my real goals, is to continue the open and transparent board. So I guess the next line of business is to go ahead and open up the nominations for vice president. Do I have anyone who would like to nominate?
I would like to nominate Don Howell for vice president.
Okay. Do we have a second? No second? Yes, Don?
I would second my own nomination, but I would prefer to defer to Harry Farmer as a possible nominee. So I'm not seconding the nomination at this point.
Okay.
Oh, can I write in between? Is that, well, Okay, I nominate Harry Farmer for
Okay.
Vice President.
Thank you. Do we have a second on
I
Harry's
second.
nomination? Good. We have a nomination and a second. We didn't get a second on Don's, so I believe we just vote on the one unless we have more nominations. Okay. We'll take a roll call vote on the nomination of Harry Farmer for Vice President.
Director Howell? Director Stidel?
Aye.
Director Rice?
No?
Director Farmer?
Yes.
President Pearson?
Aye. Vote is 4-1, and so, Harry, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Can I make a statement?
Sure.
I've been blessed to live in this community for 32 years. During that period of time, I've seen a number of boards come and go. In my humble estimation, this is the most balanced board that this community has ever had. It reflects, I think, a variety of concerns, opinions, and hopes and values that this community shares to a greater degree than has ever occurred. And it makes me feel much more hopeful and confident for the future of this community and for this district and this board as well. I'm also hoping that as a result of that kind of energy, that we'll have more public participation as we move forward in this coming year, and not just on the standing committees that we already have, but hopefully new standing committees that will develop. And like I say, more people like today. And this is an excellent reflection of, we don't usually have this many people here at a board meeting. And hopefully this is a reflection of what we'll have in the future with regard to, like I say, public participation and communication. And I look forward to David Pearson being an excellent board member. Amanda Rice certainly raised the bar, as president. Former President Rice certainly raised the bar, and I anticipate David Pearson doing exactly the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Next item on the agenda is the agenda review again, just in case anybody wanted to add or delete or pull anything from the consent agenda. Okay. Moving on, report from the closed session. Mr. Carmel, do we have anything to report from the closed session?
No, the board discussed the general manager recruitment, but there's nothing to report.
Thank you. All right, moving on, we're at public safety. Sheriff's Department report. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Welcome to all the new members. Congratulations, President. Michael Manueli, Sheriff's Office, Co-Station Commander. For this month, we have November statistics. Calls for service for Cambria, 268 calls for service. By comparison, for the same time period, other communities, Avila, 86 calls for service, Cayucas, 138 calls for service, Los Osos, 576, and San Simeon, 51. Of the 268 calls for service here in the Cambria area, 33 reports were generated. Some of those calls for service can be broken down to assaults and battery, 4, disturbance calls, 14, burglary calls, 2, theft calls, 5. We had 6 phone scams and 10 suspicious circumstances. The one burglary report, we had 2 calls for service. One of them resulted in a report. 2 subjects stole a pot from one of the local stores, and that pot was recovered. And that's my report for this month. I remind people to secure their packages that are coming in. A lot of thieves like to follow UPS, FedExpress, any of the other delivery services, and they take packages off the porch. If you could have them delivered to work locations, neighbors who are home, or just sign for them at a later time. So secure those. And make sure your cars are secure. leave no packages in plain view, and lock them. And that's my report.
Good, thank you. Any questions for Sheriff? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is the Fire Chief's report. Welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon. We'd like to add our congratulations and welcome to the new members on the board. We're happy to be here to report on the month of November. For that month, we had 92 emergency responses. I want to remind everybody that we actively participate in the California State Master Mutual Aid System. And that means we had aggressive utilization of personnel over some of the fires, most recently at the Woolsey Fire down in Southern California. So that our personnel participate that in the effort to help others as needed, and then we also benefit from that whenever that comes into this community. So we like to remind you that that's occurring. Of those 92 emergency responses, we're still running right around the 81 to 19% comparison in regards to local versus non-local balance of care. We were able to get some more people out this last month, and we're increasing the hydrant maintenance. We've been able to get up to 222. We're actually coming to a point where more of the hydrants we're hitting are actually ones that have been addressed by cooperatively, either with us or the water department. It's taking a little bit less time to do that. So we're hoping that that can move forward. It just does take a lot of time and personnel. So I just remind everybody that there are a lot of other daily mandates that we're required to do. So that's why this is not something they could just go out and do 24 hours a day. One of the main things we focus on in the fire department is succession planning and training and getting everybody up to the highest level we could possibly get. So this last month we've been able to really focus and get people trained up specifically in areas of strike team leader, and that's the ability to go out and command not just one fire engine but 5 or multiple pieces of apparatus. And that's important because as we have large incidents that come into town, we need to be able to have personnel that are certified and qualified at that level to be able to do that. And so we've been able to get people out to that. We've been really focusing on a lot of drivers training in regards to engineer stuff and that succession planning and getting more people within the department qualified to help out in more roles. And it eases my job in regards to staffing and how they're going to be allocated. So we appreciate the continued support for the training budget to make that happen because it makes this job a little bit easier. We're really happy to report on the continuing prescribed burn stuff that's been going on primarily up in the Cambria, off of Cambria Pines Road in the Lamert area. But I remind you, this has been going on now for about 2 years or a little bit longer. There was aggressive burning and stuff that's been happening up off of Bridge Street, very successfully done. Basically, they're reorienting a lot of that downed tree material, putting it into piles, burning it when the weather and wind and everything aligns just right, and we're able to put a lot of extra personnel and on site just for the safety. So although this was more visible and there was a lot of very interested people coming out to see what's going on, a lot of people in the neighborhood were concerned about the smoke. We try to make sure that that is all coordinated with the right wind patterns, like I said, to try to blow all that stuff offshore. And then we have a lot of people. We had 6 engines, 2 extra crews, outside of our own department, all in over the last few weeks, getting almost 450 piles burned. And this is a mechanical way for us to go in and do what would naturally be happening through wildfires that happen in the area. So this is all done to make the area safer. It can be scary, but we're doing it as safely as possible. And this is the beginning. As you know, the state has authored one of the most recent bills that was passed and signed by the governor was over $1 billion that's been opened up for field and defensible space projects over the next 5 years. And so our coordinated efforts with the Fire Safe Council and the county is to apply for that and get as much of that money to be able to utilize in this North Coast area as possible. Additional grant information, as you know, secondary to the disaster application that happens to some of the fires earlier this year that opened up, we were able to put in 2 notices of interest, they're called NOIs, for additional fuel projects within the town, and we were approved to move forward on both of those. We just got notified this last week. So what that does is now gives us a lot more work to do, because we have to actually fill out the full applications and move forward, but these have been identified. We coordinated the application with the Fire Safe Council to make sure we're trying to hit areas that they're not focusing on right now, so we get the most bang for our buck. So hopefully we'll have a good report in regards to getting that turned in. That's not the deadline for that's not till April, but again, there's a lot of work to put in for that. And then just a reminder, as this season progresses, we are actively in the middle of the Season of Hope, the coordinated effort with all the other allied agencies, KSBY, and we are a deposit area for both food and toys at the fire department. They've come by, I think, 4 or 5 times already, because we've had so much product brought into the station, which is a nice problem to have. That means the community is really having a big outpouring to help out those that may be in more need. So that's specifically through our department. They're helping the Salvation Army and the Slow Food Bank. So we're really happy to be participating in that. I'm over to you for any questions.
Any questions from the board? We do have a request to speak. Dr. Bettenhausen. Chief, you might want to stay up here to see if she's got something that you can address. Welcome back to the meetings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Oh my goodness, you're fast.
Sorry.
Even faster.
Okay.
Would you like to practice? Oh, hey, green. Okay. I'm glad to be back, and I want to say something about you all in public comment, but right now I want to say something about the fire department. This is called Elizabeth standing up and giving a huge thank you to the fire department. It has nothing to do with fire. It has nothing to do with general safety. It has to do with, and I'd like you, please, board, to look at page 16 of your agenda. Everybody else, you got it? 16 gives the monthly stats and incidents from our fire department. And I had no idea that under Public Service Assist, which Chief Hollingsworth just told me, comes something called Lift Assist. And if you have a member of your family or friends who are on the floor and can't get up, do not call the TV set. They do not have anything that would really help. But your fire department, our fire department, really does. And so they are able to take a person who's dying and lift them up. So, thank you. Santa Rosa Creek also lifts things up. It's called the Great Egret, hanging out there with its friends. And I give this to, the fire department, because they also help keep the creeks clean. Hint.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
May I add something quickly, a personal note related to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Start is also stop.
It won't take long. With Kathy Tanner, the Cambrian, but this is a personal comment with respect to lift assist. Most of you know my husband is considerably older than I am and has a number of health problems. I have relied on the fire department and the healthcare district a number of times to come and help pick my husband up. It happened a week ago, and they were there very quickly, picked him up very easily, because I cannot do it. And since my son is on a knee walker at the moment, he can't help me either. So thank you to the fire department. Thank you to the ambulance crew for always being there.
Great, thank you. It's always nice to hear positive comments about any of our group, and especially the fire department. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's no problem. I just want to add to this with regard to lift assist. It's a rather humorous note, nevertheless, but the Friday before I was to go in for hernia surgery earlier this year in February, I happened to run into a friend of mine in the farmer's market, and I told her about my dilemma, not one of them being, anybody that's ever been to my place knows it's an e-ticket, not just coming up the driveway, but going up the stepping stones to get to my place, and then going back down. And so she happened to comment to me, well, and her son had worked as EMT, and she said, well, you know, the ambulance folks, they do something called non-emergency lift assist. And they happened to be there that day doing CPR. So I went up there to them and I said, well, this is my dilemma. And they said, well, here's our card. You call us when you're coming home and we'll be there. We'll meet you at your place and take you up to your place. And so on the way home from the hospital, the folks that were nice, Christine and her husband Gordon, they called on their phone, and they were right there when we got home, and they carried me up. And obviously, I look like a rather healthy person, but let me tell you, when you've had hernia surgery, you're pretty much compromised in almost every way. And so I just want to let folks know that that service was invaluable to me. Thank you.
Okay, Director Howell.
Yes, thank you. It's certainly nice to know that those services are available to especially us that are of somewhat advanced age. It's good to know. I have a question regarding the fire hydrants.
Chief Hollingsworth?
A quick question regarding the fire hydrants. Two questions, actually. I noticed that no water had been used over the last, since several months. And so I was just kind of curious how it could be that there was no water used. But the other, probably the one which is maybe of interest to others, is how many more hydrants remain to be serviced?
Well, to the second part of your question, I believe there's about 120 left. And by fire code, we're charged with, someone is charged to try to make sure that they are operational at all times. Depending on how they're utilized and a number of other factors that could be yearly, we're approaching on a 2 to 3 year basis, depending on what's going on and then availability of personnel and resources. But we're finding that that's more than adequate right now. To the first part of your question, ideally, it would be, per all the suggestions from NFPA, it would be ideal to flush those hydrants for about 5 minutes every time we open it. Now, you have to realize that in a community when we have serious water concerns, every time we do that, we would be putting at least 5,000 gallons of water on the ground. In the big scheme of things, that's probably okay, and it would actually account for a fraction of what the other measured water loss or use for the community is. And if you go to other communities, like I happen to live in Atascadero, and when they do the hydrant testing, they'll open the hydrant up, and they'll drive away, and it'll run for 5, 10, 15 minutes. So there's not only a benefit to making sure that hydrant works, but really what they're trying to do is agitate and move the water through the system. And there is great value, if you talk to the people on the water department, to do so, because there are a few dead ends places in the community, and there are some areas that are fed from different pathways, if you will, where there is limited agitation and movement of the water. Therefore, there could be a buildup of any number of products in the system. And there's an example that I saw not too long ago talking to one of the water guys. There was actually a 4x4 piece of construction lumber that was probably about 3 feet long that somehow had gotten into the system. And you don't think that would be possible, but by moving that through, they're able to catch stuff like that and get it out of there. There is value to doing that. However, we understand the limits on what we can do, and really that as long as we're making sure that the hydrants are operational, that's good. So there's a way to do this where we will take the hydrant basically apart to a certain extent, clean everything, lube everything, repaint it as necessary, and then seal it all up and then charge it. That means completely exercise all the valves, open everything, and then close it back down. Then we'll take all the caps off and let that minimal amount of water drain out, but we know now that everything is operational. There is a secondary function that we will do that we don't really report on that much because the use is not that significant, and that is pressure testing for reports in regards to how building is happening in the community. So for instance, if you're putting in a fire plan review for a remodel on your home, and based on the size and totality of your project, my fire code tells me you're going to have to sprinkler that building, you're going to need to know what the pressure rating is, what the gallonage is, all those kind of things. Some of that may necessitate an increase in your meter size at your home, but those kinds of things are all built out of the specific numbers that come out of testing. And to do that, we have to flush the hydrant. There's no way around that. But due to the relatively small amount of building that's going on that triggers sprinklers, that doesn't happen very often. So there's a lot of building. You see them in the report. There's usually 6, 7, 8 remodel type projects we're reviewing. I personally review every month. Not all of those get sprinklered, but when we do and we don't have current data, we have to go out and actually flush water and run that hydrant and get those numbers. So it doesn't happen on all of them. It does happen periodically throughout the community, and every time that happens, we log that, we data capture everything, and it goes into our system. And that way, if your neighbor then goes to do it within the next couple of years, I can say, well, we just did this test 2 years ago, and I know that this is factual information as of that time, and we're okay to use that. If it's done in an area where we don't have current information, we absolutely will test that hydrant and flow it. Okay.
Yes, Director Rice.
I think from just the little bit of explanation we just had, that findings could be made that it would be beneficial both for the community and the water system infrastructure if we maybe put together a plan for moving forward with some of that work, because I think that the amount of water that would get used, you could easily argue the benefit for that is much greater than the water loss, especially in a regular rain year. I wouldn't want to do it during a drought, but when we have a fairly good year, it might be a good idea to work to try and coordinate something like that.
And we do try to double task that to a certain extent. So there are a number of training drills that require the use of water. And so when we do those, we try to do it in different parts of the community. And so we're getting kind of a double bang for our buck. So we're getting to use the water for the purpose of getting everybody the experience, but then we're also getting to flush that hydrant. And we'll coordinate that use with the water department. So if we notify the supervisor and say, hey, we need to work on large diameter hose use this month, and we're going to be using monitors and lots of water, they might say, I want you to use it in this neighborhood if you can, because now we're getting that benefit. We're able to actually cycle the water, purge that line, move everything along, and we're getting to flow that hydrant. So we try very much to limit the use but maximize the efficiency of it.
Okay, that handled your issue. Great. Thank you, Chief. All right, moving on in the agenda. We're now at the public comment. I only have one request right now for public comment on items not on the agenda, and that is Dr. Bettenhausen.
It's show and tell. My sister, who's no longer alive, would be very upset if I didn't add some humor to this meeting. She justified my attendance on that score. You may start my 3 minutes now, sir. Directors of the CCSD, today you begin a new stage with new members and new possibilities for directing. I congratulate the 3 people who were just elected by 2 different approaches, of course, in the election, but 3 people were just elected. And I hope that you find that your energy level stays high. 10 days ago, a walk on Santa Rosa Creek Beach brought delight to me. A banded western snowy plover was on the sand hill up from the high tide line, and I took a photo of it because it's cute. Tourists say it's cute, locals say it's cute, and you'll notice it had 4 colored bands. I sent the picture, this photo, staff, you get to look at it too then. And I sent it to Regina Orr, who is the wonderful state parks person in charge of snowy plover in this region, keeping track. And she said this is a 2018 fledge from Oceano Dunes. And in October, it was seen at Morrow Strand a couple of times too. Now think, that's miles. This little bird, this is twice as big as life size. This little bird is able to fly, and I've heard of them flying from Morro Bay here overnight. Last November, for the first time in 16 years, these plovers started hanging out at Santa Rosa Creek Beach again. And I took a photo in late September. Give me 2 seconds off.
You're fine. You're fine.
I do this at the grammar school too. I take a photo and I say, count. How many snowy plover are in there? Don't pass it along so quickly there, Director Howell. I'd like you to count, please. And you will discover that there are dozens of snowy plover that hang out now on Santa Rosa Creek Beach. Not in that photo quite, but otherwise. Now, this morning I took a walk again to try to check. Are they there? The crows were plentiful yesterday, so I thought I better check again today. No. But this is what I found today. This is called trash. This was on the beach this morning. And I picked it up, and you know what came to mind? A metaphor. The western snowy plover hanging out anew on this beach, and the trash hanging out every single day, every year, brought this thought to my mind. A new CCSD Board of Directors. The metaphor, the new possibilities that this plover raises, and the historical production by humans that you inherit. You inherit every previous decision by every board. And I wish you good fortune in dealing with that, because you do not have the wonderful blank slate. A new stage in life brings the history of human actions, doesn't it? It's never brand new. And you are now a new board, but you live with the decisions of the prior boards. You may explore new territory, but it's full of consequences of the previous actions. And that's one reason I hope you have energy. How will you choose to be heard? You hire new consultants, and in today's, I'm going to keep this brief, today's Cambrian, one of them is quoted as saying, "My question to the board is, what do they want me to concentrate my time on?" Pay that man. Because he understands that one of the challenges facing you, directors, who I oversee, by the way, according to the California Constitution, one of the things facing you is how you are going to make decisions about what to concentrate on, instead of flippy-flopping all around. So do keep an eye out for the western snowy plover, please. Actually and metaphorically. It can inspire you, and then it can also ask you, looking at where it has to lay its eggs, it can ask you, please help reduce the economic, political, and environmental pollution in this district. Help life that is threatened, which that plover is. Help it to become healthy and safe. Protect the ecosystems that are the home of this community service district. Thank you. I'll leave this is a cute photo. I'll leave this one for you too. Oh, by the way, 6 days of trash this month. Just keep the metaphor alive. And I'll pick this up later.
That's fine. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Dr. Bettenhausen. We now move on to the board member. That's not right. We now move on to the consent agenda. Again, anybody want to pull anything from the consent agenda? No?
I don't necessarily want to pull anything, but I just want to ask a couple of questions about, I believe, 3 items that are in the expense report.
Okay.
The expenditure report, excuse me. Find my notes here. So I just want a little bit of clarification. So I see here on page 20, about a quarter to a third of the way down, H2O innovations. At the end, towards the end of October, we spent $8,000 on the annual renewal of 4 SPMC remote monitoring for the SWF. Can we have an explanation as to what that's for?
Yes, Vice President Farmer, congratulations. We have an existing agreement in place with H2O Innovations, and part of that is a remote monitoring feature that they provide. They had supplied most of the equipment for the SWF, and what they do is they monitor the signals when the system's in operation, and it's an annual fee that we have. It's kind of minimal because it's not operating right now, but we do rely on that to help us as part of the operation of the facility. Once it is in operation, there's other features that can provide too at startup and shutdown. We rely on them fairly regularly, so they've been a good service to us, and I'd be glad to get into more details if you care for me to.
Okay, well, obviously there's been much higher expenditures on the SWF in recent years, but the fact that it isn't operating, yet we still need to do this, correct?
That's correct. It's part of a fee structure they have with that particular agreement.
Okay, so then let me ask you, almost to the bottom here, Michelle Dyer, $4,000 for flow meter magnetic Siemens. What is that?
Yes, we're making a slight modification to the facility to put an extra flow meter on the discharge of the process water before it goes to the injection well. And that allows us to monitor the system when we're running in recirculation mode. We are planning to run the facility in a test mode where we don't discharge the injection well, because that way we can save on some of the analytical cost. So we simply run it in a circle and discharge back to the perk pond. And having that meter in place will help us for that purpose. It also help us in the long-term scheme of operating, because when we start the facility up on a daily basis, when it is in operation, we discharge for several minutes into that perk pond. So it helps us to properly keep track of how much water we're injecting, so we can do a different calculation with that new flow meter. It hasn't quite gone in yet. We bought it earlier. We're waiting to put it in still.
How problematic is it to install it?
It's pretty straightforward. We'll have some costs with either electrical or instrumentation type contractor for a few $1,000s. We have it dug out so we can get to the pipe. Jim Green, our chief plant operator, has done a good job of trying to control the cost on that and defer the cost until it's absolutely needed. So that's one reason it hasn't gone in yet.
Okay. Not to remind the members of the community, but the facility is not operating and hasn't been. And just one more thing, and this isn't anything necessarily you need to comment on, Engineer Greshams. I noticed here on page 26, right in the middle of the page, Brentag Pacific to the water department and the emergency water facility, roughly $2,000 for chemicals. I only bring this up because I think it's a relatively new phenomenon with, how could we say it, industrial society, industrial materialistic society to need chemicals just to have an operation to provide water. And it's unfortunate that we've arrived at that point, whereas societies in the past worked a little more in harmony with nature and the environment. So I just wanted to bring that up. It's no reflection on you, Bob. Okay, I just wanted to make that observation. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Director Rice.
I did want to just pull the item C for a separate vote to recognize we're appointing a new person to pros. I think it's appropriate.
Sure.
Somebody volunteering.
Good idea.
for
Good
the
idea. So,
community.
would you?
I would move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you. We have move. Do we have a second to approve the consent agenda?
I'll second,
Second.
Except for item C.
except for item C.
All those. Do we need a roll call vote on this? Yes. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rice,
Aye.
Director Stidel,
Aye.
Director Howell,
Aye.
Vice President Farmer,
Aye.
President Pearson.
Aye. Carries 5-0. We'll now consider item 4C.
I move approval of item 4C, and I'd want to recognize Terry Lord for volunteering to step up for this
Volunteering to
position.
step up again, yes. Very good.
Is there a second?
Is there a second to approve
I'll second it.
4C?
Yes.
Director Howell? Okay.
I'd like to make a comment. I was at the pros meeting, and Jim Beringer was there, and he also put an application to be on the pros committee. But he very generously stepped aside, acknowledging that Terry Lord had already been an alternate on the board, and that she wanted to continue to progress, make progress in the things that pros is addressing, and so he stepped aside and wished to be considered as an alternate in the future. So thank you, Jim.
All right, thank you. Can we have a vote, please? Roll call.
Director Rice,
Aye.
Director Howell, Director Stidel,
Aye.
Vice President Farmer,
Aye.
President Pearson.
Aye.
I'd just like to say thank you for adding that, Harry. That was good information for the board to know. I appreciate that. And I'm thankful also that Director Beringer, Jim wants to stay involved.
All right, thank you. On to regular business. The fire chief, is he still here? Requested that 5G be moved to the front of the agenda package. We'll see if he's still here. If he is, we'll move it. He may have had a call. He is here. Okay. If it's all right with everyone else on the board, we're going to move 5G up on the list so that the chief can get back to work, quote unquote. So, any objections to that? I'm hearing none. Ms. Madrid, would you please introduce the item 5G?
Yes, thank you, President Pearson and members of the board. This item, I'm sorry, wrong item. This item is for scheduling the regular board meeting. Oh, gee, my bad. Okay, here we go. This item is an item that was requested to be brought forward and review and consider the information that's been provided in the staff report, and I'll turn it over to the fire chief to give a better explanation of it.
All right, welcome, Fire Chief.
Yes, thank you for having me back. I hope you've had a chance to go ahead and review this. As per the request of the board, you wanted to talk about the possibility of either expanding, doubling, changing, enhancing, whatever fancy word you want to use on our existing program. So rather than read through this in its entirety, it's important to maybe just realize what we do and where we could go. So we currently have a fire hazard fuel reduction program, which we've enforced for 20-plus years, probably longer, all secondary to the health and safety code. And because of how we utilize that and codify it through our annual ordinance, this is something that we really only limit and apply to unimproved parcels, stuff that you haven't built on and hasn't been registered that way. So CAL FIRE on the opposite side has adopted an entire defensible space program for all state responsibility area, and that's under the Public Resource Code 4291 and 4292. And they apply those limitations and corrective actions, if you will, to improve property. So you've probably seen it if you own a home in town. They will come by with a notice and say, you need to clean off your roof, you need to get the pine needles out of your gutters, your tree has grown too close to your chimney, you need to correct all that. Here's a little form to remind you to do so. It's a very effective program, and in concert with what we do, we're able to grab most of what happens in the community. The difficulties is they're very limited on personnel and availability. So if you'll remember, probably about 3 or 4 years ago, there was a really big push for this, and they hired a number of inspectors. They brought them all into town. They hit every residence in town. It had been many years since some of those residences had been hit. At least inspected is the right terminology. Not hit, that would be wrong. But since then, it's been piecemealed as they have availability. There's been some discussion about whether or not we can take on that role since we live here and this is our community which we protect. We're very interested in going down that path and doing that and basically creating a umbrella defensible space program for the community. There's a lot of moving parts to that because we're talking about having to modify our ordinance, basically create another one. You'd have to adopt that public resource code. You'd have to combine it with some of the limitations of what the fire code already states, what's included in the International Property Maintenance Code, which we adopted last cycle, and the health and safety code as well. We could, in theory, apply this to the entire community and capture stuff that's been missing. There's a lot of parcels that fall between the cracks because of how they're legally registered. So, for instance, if you own a home here on one parcel and you own a parcel next to you that's unimproved, we can enforce you to clear that. But if you re-register that parcel and now merge it and the entire thing is technically an improved parcel, I no longer can enforce the health and safety code on it. So there's some limitations on how we could apply what is existing right now. All that to be said, those are just the initial things that would need to happen. Like I said, we'd need to develop a complete ordinance. We would need to formalize some of the enforcement capabilities of how that would work. We would have to modify our municipal code. We'd have to formalize the citation process for those relatively small number of people that don't apply, create a pathway through the county to make those things happen. So those are just some, and all of that is excluding the personnel and time and efforts we would need to bring this on. You're talking about a lot of work that needs to happen. Again, I fully support the program because we would be able to capture a lot of the stuff we're currently missing that's fallen between those cracks. But there's a lot of legwork that needs to happen to help develop this. We'd have to work very closely with legal counsel to work out all the different things we'd have to do. And really, I think, in my personal opinion, we need to vet a lot of this stuff in discussion and some kind of draft policy before we even coming to the point of presenting anything. We do have a fire ad hoc committee, and with the new members on the board, maybe those responsibilities of people on the board would change, or people might be interested in that. That may be the right avenue to go if you want somebody to discuss that at a lower level and then bring some kind of report back to the board more specifically. I'd be happy to support that, but it's really over to you for discussion.
All right, thank you, Chief. I do have one request to speak on this item. Should we have discussion of the board first and then have the public comment, or?
I generally did it questions, public comment, then discussion.
Okay. Questions from the board to the fire chief? Anything, or is it pretty clear what we had in the packet? Yes.
The whole thing sounds like something that we would probably want to do, so I'm looking for reasons why we shouldn't do it. There is an issue perhaps of cost. Do we have any sense as to what the additional cost will be?
Short answer is no. There will be a cost associated with it. You're talking about staff time for developing it. You're talking about legal counsel time and inclusion in regards to review and helping put up that process. And the big cost is going to come down to enforcement right now. So even if you're talking about just doubling what we currently do, there's been some discussion which has a lot of validity by enforcing our existing program more than once a year. There's reasons why that's difficult and reasons why it would be good, but those are all things that should be discussed. Our personnel are pretty much maxed out on what they can do, and you can't just say, okay, we're going to do this, here's something else to do. You're talking about a lot more time in enforcement. There's a lot of connected things in relation to this. I mean, we've talked about the measure that didn't pass and bringing more staff on. This might be the kind of job those kinds of people could be brought on to do, so there might be some more measurable benefit to that. I don't know, but those are all things that need to be discussed. Additional staff would be required, absolutely, to make this happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
One other question, Chief. In the report, in paragraph 1, you state that this means that 528 were not cleared on the ones that we inspected?
Yes, so that doesn't mean they were missed. It means that they're in that nebulous area that nobody's doing anything about. So they're not being addressed by the Public Resource Code, and they're not being addressed by the Health and Safety Code because they're either far enough away from an existing structure, or it's just not an area where we can identify we need a fire break here. So based on distance from homes, we can't enforce our existing program to say, let's say this whole tract has not been ever addressed and somebody decides to build a home there. Well, I can now go to the surrounding parcels and say, you now get to clear this because somebody put a house there. The other option we have is that if we can identify legally why that tract should have been cleared in the first place, there's a handful of those in the community. We've gone to them and say, it's unimproved, it falls under these guidelines, and this is an identified block where we need an additional fuel break. You're going to all clear those parcels. And so we have to legally justify it one way or another. Right now, that number is an area that's kind of in the gray zone where we could, in theory, unilaterally say everybody do it, but those are being missed because of proximity or lack of proximity to other areas.
Okay, so that could be another area that we would address.
It could be. There's no
decided to
legal
do
reason, to my knowledge, why we could not unilaterally apply that to all unimproved parcels. We're still going to have a number of parcels that fall between the cracks because of how they're legally identified.
Okay. Yes, Director Rice.
On the lots that are conserved, like the ones that Green Space owns or that have conservation easements on them, do you do inspections and require clearing on those?
We do, but it's a different level because we have a very high respect for the environment, and we want to marry that with the concerns of people that represent Green Space and Land Conservancy and the Forest Committee. So in those special areas that are identified that way, we try to modify how we approach that. So for instance, we don't necessarily look at all the maps. We don't necessarily always go out and drive and look at everything to say we need to put that one on there. Sometimes it'll be done by looking at a map and saying, this house was added here, therefore we're going to clear this parcel. The disconnect there is that there's not necessarily an overlay that exists that says, oh, that's a protected area because of some riparian concern or something like that. And so that's why the Schultzes came at the beginning of this process earlier this year with some concerns from the Forest Committee about identifying some of those parcels. We're very happy to work with that, and we redacted those parcels because of that information, and we're creating a modified application so we could still gain some fire safety from some level of clearing there, but then not go to the extent where you see some of the other parcels cut down to grass and nothing else.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you very much. We'd now like to hear from the public. We have one request, and it's by Crosby Schwartz.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board, and staff. The chief has summarized this matter very nicely, so I won't repeat all that.
it's important. This is an important issue because we really need to be doing the district needs to be doing everything it can to reduce the risk of fire and the risk of structural damage if there is a fire. The bad news is that there is a cost involved with doing these. Doubling the weed abatement inspections, of course, essentially could almost double your cost. So that has to be taken into account. So not a huge cost, but it's significant. And taking over the responsibility from CAL FIRE for inspecting the developed lots, we would be applying basically the same standards that CAL FIRE applies, which they're now doing, admittedly not 100%, but they're doing it on their own cost, and we'd be basically taking over that cost and responsibility from CAL FIRE. So it would be nice to have local control, but they typically run into manpower problems toward the end of their inspection season, mainly because they start fighting fires. But, I mean, we could have manpower problems as well. So CAL FIRE would probably love it if we took over that responsibility from them, but we just need to weigh the cost of that with the imperfections possibly of what CAL FIRE does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comments from anybody on the board?
I'd
Director
just
Rice?
like to speak to, I'm really glad this item was brought forward in this manner because it sounds like there would be a lot of staff time taken to develop what might be a set of facts that gives the board a sense of whether this is something the district could even do on the long term. So we're actually, for once, not putting the cart in front of the horse. This is essentially the very beginning of a discussion, and I think, and the reason I bring this up is as part of the agenda preparation, which I participated in as president a couple weeks ago and yet last week. It's important for the board to determine whether this is a path we want to go down, hearing how complicated it is and the benefits. Of course, there's benefits. Of course, we want to do everything for fire safety we can. I think that staff has a lot to do, not just fire department, but in all the departments. There's a lot that needs to get done. And so I personally think we need to be looking at how we can improve what we're already doing and not try and expand. And if we try and expand, then we need to try and do it in coordination with maybe another ballot measure to increase the number of fire people that we have on staff on a regular basis. If the board's willing to do that and willing to recognize the priorities might change. It might change the schedule for inspecting and flushing fire hydrants. It might change the kinds of things that other parts of the district are able to do. So I'm supportive of anything we can do to promote fire safety and defensible space. This seems like a little bit too much to bite off and chew at the moment with all of the other things going on, even though I do support the policy and concept. I'm not sure the time is on our side on that front.
Okay, thank you. Director Howell.
I understand Director Rice's concerns, and we are tasked with so much that it is a little bit problematic as to there's so much to do on all this stuff. But on the other hand, I wouldn't want to see this just fall off the radar completely. So is there some way that we can direct staff or somebody to at least kind of pursue it at some lower levels and bring it back to us at some point? We've got the rains now, so fire isn't quite so scary, but it's also a time to prepare for the next dry season. So I'm just wondering if there's, as I said, I would hate to see it just fall off completely. So I would like to see it brought back, but with more information. Is that possible?
Yeah, I've been on the delegate or whatever to the Fire Safe Focus Group here in town, and I will say that that is one of the most effective civilian volunteer groups that I've been on ever. I mean, they are on top of it. And I think that this is something that they would probably like to look at. And as a volunteer group, they could probably have enough input from the community to address all the different aspects of what this is going to entail. And the chief is also on that, as is the Dan Turner, who's with the county fire council. So I think that would be a group that we could ask if they would look into this and try to come up with some study or whatever that they could then bring back to us. And when we get around to committee assignments and stuff, whoever we assign to that committee would be the lead to bring this to them and to bring it back to us, along with maybe their chairperson. So I think that's maybe the path to go down on this one, to just let them do the study and then bring back some information to us as to what's going on.
Do we need something to formally ask them, other than just what we just said here?
No, I don't think so. I think once we decide who's going to be the delegate to that group, I think that will enable that person to bring it to them. And if they say we don't have time to do it either, then that person can report back to us and say, hey, they're not willing to tackle it either. So we can go from there.
I definitely support that approach, as long as the fire chief and the acting general manager determine that there's enough time for them to help get the information that's needed for the fire safe focus group.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Stadell.
Well, I also think that we can probably, in our year's objectives, have a placeholder of some kind, just as a visibility point, to be able to draw our attention back to it, and maybe anchor it off the idea of whatever information the fire safety group is able to bring to us at some point.
Good. I agree with that also. Okay. Do we have a consensus then that that's what we'll go ahead and try to do with this particular Director Farmer? Any comment?
No, obviously, the health and safety, fire-wise, of the community is of utmost concern. The cost is also of concern, and any feedback that we can get from these so-called experts, I guess you could say, would be invaluable at this time.
Good. All right, I don't think we need a roll call vote on this one. We'll just go ahead and staff put that on the reminder for whoever we delegate to that group to be able to take this to that group. Thank you. All right, thank you, Chief. All right, we're now on to discussion and consideration of adoption of Resolution 38-2018, establishing the 2019 CSD regular board meeting schedule. Do you have a report, Ms. Madrid?
Yes, this is for the regular board meeting schedule. We have attached a draft, and we left the dates and the times open. We do have some conflicts that are scheduled events at the Vets Hall that the board has traditionally changed the date of the board meeting to accommodate those dates. So those are listed at the bottom of page 1, which is the January meeting, the April meeting, and then the November and December meetings. So with that, it would be up to you as to what date and times you wanted to choose. We have put in the draft dates that go with what we typically do.
Okay. And I would like to, at this time, thank Director Rice sent a very comprehensive schedule to all of the board members earlier this week that outlines every possible conflict that we could ever
I'm sure
have.
it's not all of them. I'm sure I missed something, but I tried to make sure that I cut
color-coded and everything. I mean, it was a well-done document. Thank you very much for doing that. I'd like to open a general discussion on meetings I think I brought up last time at this point that I'm in favor of having 2 meetings per month, but I'd like to hear from the other directors and Director Howell's light on it.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to second that idea. I've been thinking about that too. 2 meetings a month, preferably 2 shorter meetings a month, say 3 hours each, with the hopefully that it be less, but it seems to make good sense. The calendar is so full, I'm not quite sure how this can happen, but a group of ordinary human beings, after 4 hours of sitting here, as comfortable as these chairs are, is still a great deal to expect of anybody. And I think the community would be well served if we could see our way to having 2 meetings a month. My personal preference would be meetings during the day, just because I happen to like that. But in consideration of the folks that do work and might want to come to meetings, we might, as a separate issue, want to consider also having one of the meetings in the evening. Maybe that's a separate issue, but anyway, those are my thoughts on that matter.
All right, Director Stidel.
I think that if we do move to go to the 2 meetings per month, I think we have the opportunity also to segregate the types of work content that goes into the meetings individually. So maybe that'll help focus them towards a day, evening, and an evening meeting, and maybe some of the issues that might be of most importance or input requirement from the community could be in the evenings, that would allow more folks to participate, and the more administrative activities could be separated into something that we address on a daytime basis.
Acting General Manager, would you like to weigh in on this one?
Well, I do think it's something to consider, but we do have some expenses that'll go along with it. If you're doing the same amount of time, same amount of work, it's going to be effectively double the cost.
And how much is that cost?
I would have to calculate it, but you have staff time, you have AGP being here to video, you have legal, you have all of the review, you have publication, you have the setting up of the vets hall. So there's quite a bit that goes into it. Plus, there's a lot of record keeping following. It's not just issuing the agenda, it's also record keeping for the agendas, the minutes, any resolutions that are signed, any contracts, those types of things. Preparation, research.
Okay. Yes, Director Stidel.
Is there any one of those elements that's the larger cost impact that has another option to it that could be addressed in some way? And there's a lot of staff effort that goes into preparing the agendas, preparing the documentation, and I think we have the potential of an alternative where we could be handling things in a more electronic format that would relieve the staff of what is I won't use the term busy work, because that isn't what it is. I'm just saying that there might be more effective ways for them to be able to spend their time than filling a lot of binders. Or is, for instance, the videotaping the largest piece of cost that goes on with this? And if that's the case, and if we have the requirement to do that, then that's a reality, that's driving the majority of the cost that's going on for having to do something twice a month. So I don't know if there's if anyone has a feel for what the larger component of cost is that we could address.
I would say the largest component is staff time and developing the various reports and items that go with it. But I do like the idea of maybe breaking the agenda into 2 parts, or maybe you do business for one and things that are lesser importance, not importance, but lesser.
Yeah, well, in any case, breaking it into 2 parts.
Right, maybe we could do the majority of the work up front like we do now and break it into 2 parts.
I don't think there'll be more work. It'll just be 2 different sets. We're not going to be doing, I don't think, a lot more different discussions, but it would be 2 meetings. I have Director Farmer next.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Pearson. I was only saying that because it's not a problem. I think my main consideration, believe it or not, is the added cost. I mean, we're kind of at, how could you say, at a turning point with regard to obviously not just having a new board, a new acting general manager, and Pavo was on board with a title that I can't quite remember at this moment in time. But I think the fact that have so many new circumstances taking place with the board and the district right now, I think implementing something else new to add a totally different dynamic when we're already kind of on overload, it might be something to maybe look at down the road, but I think at this point in time, it's just more work for staff than maybe they can even possibly handle at this time.
Okay. Director Rice.
So I think this is actually a very good time to be implementing a change to the process of how we do meetings, because I've been on the board the longest, and I'm no longer president. The vice president and president have essentially, with the exception of 2 months in 2016, when Vice President Farmer was vice president, neither of you have been in that position before. We do have a new person coming on board later in this agenda, and acting GM, that I think there could be some real advantages. I'm going to make a suggestion that maybe what we do is we set the January and February meetings, because the bylaws are considered in January and then passed and amended in February, that would have to happen for us to be able to do 2 meetings a month. So I would suggest that maybe what we do is we set 2 meetings for January, one of which should be like essentially a town hall to talk about the goals, maybe, so that part, because that's one of the things we do in January, is we do the committees, do the committee organization, and have the goals for the upcoming year. So maybe we do one meeting that's that, and then we do one meeting that's like the regular board business meeting, and we can set those dates. And then either at the January meeting, or if we do January and February today, then we can, it gives us till February to set real dates for 2 meetings a month, and that gives everybody kind of some time to look at what might work.
Excellent idea. Yes, ma'am.
If I could suggest, maybe we could talk with the president and the vice president about this and how we could structure it, what the actual costs would be, the time involved, if it's going to diminish the value or the quality of the staff reports. We have about half of our staff work on agenda. So it's mostly managers and then supervisors. We all work on it. And so we're spending about 2 weeks right now working on them. So if we're doing 2 meetings a month, it could be 4 weeks. And I'm wondering if it's going to affect the ability to work on projects. We have lots of projects that we have going on, such as the coastal development pursuit. And I mean, I could give you my list, but I'll do that later.
Okay.
But I think that's a serious concern.
Okay. Director Rice.
Most of the community services districts do have 2 meetings a month, so maybe there's a way that our process can be altered to help, because I don't want to overload staff, but this is not an unusual thing for agencies of our size to undertake. So there may be ways to address that, and I hope that with the president and vice president, that the acting GM and whoever else needs to be involved in that kind of discussion can look at how we might be able to address that.
Yeah, I agree. And I've looked at other districts also, and a lot of them have gone to 2 meetings, and they seem to be a lot shorter, and they get the same amount of work done. So
I don't think that they're as involved in certain projects as we are. They don't have the brand new SWF that they're still struggling with. They don't have the regional coastal development permit, the regular coastal development permit. And let me just remind you of a few of the other things. We have 2 standing committees that we're working on various policies, which we're trying to get a lot of things stabilized and starting at ground zero and moving forward. And as we do that, I do have to agree with some of what Director Farmer has said, that implementing new processes right away could be problematic. I would just ask that the board allow us to review various options with the president and vice president and bring this back for further discussion.
Sure, I don't think we're going to do anything until the January meeting as it is. That's the recommendation of Director Rice, and I think that's a good one. Yes, Director Howell.
I would agree with Director Rice. I think it's a good plan. I would say I don't think that necessarily if 2 meetings that it means that the work is we're going to do twice as much work. Hopefully we'll do the same amount of work, but it won't be quite so stressful. So it's almost as though staff could prepare one agenda like you always do and just cut it in half, possibly. At any rate, may I make a motion?
Yes.
Yes, I would move that the board that we have at the January meeting as scheduled or as proposed, and that we also have a town hall at some point during January to discuss this matter, and also that the executive committee in the meantime meet with the staff to determine costs and other problems that might arise. But that would be my motion. And
Okay.
that we address this problem after the January meeting, or after the town hall, let's say.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I would suggest amending your motion a little bit, and I think if we do have an additional meeting, I would like to accomplish 2 other things. One is committees and the designation of who is on different committees and that kind of thing, because I think that needs to happen fairly quickly.
Yeah.
Because the Finance Committee especially, which I currently chair, is coming up with some important issues on the midterm budget and stuff that needs to be addressed. So I'd like to get that done early in January if we can. And also, I would like to have that meeting talk about goals for the year 2019. So there'd be basically, how about if we just amend it to have those 2 things discussed, and then at the regular meeting in January, we will talk about meetings. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So
you don't want to have the looking at the schedule of meetings at the first one, is what you're
at
saying?
the town hall.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that
I was
sounds fine.
going to leave that to January when we're
Yeah.
supposed to be looking at the bylaws anyway. Director Stein.
So for clarification, when you say the town hall, you're saying you want the committees and the goals to be part of the town hall meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I hate to interrupt. The bylaws require that we establish regular meeting dates and times by resolution. So what I'd like to do is modify this very quickly. I can just read it into the record. Can you pick a time for the January 17th meeting, and then we can adopt that resolution?
Sure. I move that the January and February meetings both be at 2 p.m. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All right. Do we need a roll call vote for you on that one?
Well, let me read the title. Let me write the title and then read it. All right, so it's February 28th.
Yeah, February 28th.
Okay. So we'll change the title to be a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Cambria Community Services District establishing the January and February 2019 regular meeting dates. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Cambria Community Services District does hereby establish the January regular meeting date as January 17th at 2 p.m. and the February regular meeting date as February 28th at 2 p.m. Period.
Thank you. All right, now we need a vote.
I move
motion.
that we approve Resolution 38-218 as amended per District Council Carmel.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rice,
Aye.
Vice President Farmer,
Aye.
Director Steidel, Director Howe,
Aye.
President Pearson.
Aye.
Can we possibly set a date for the town hall?
Let's do that.
Yes, I'd like to do that.
Okay.
Has anyone got a calendar that they can?
Here.
First one.
Oh, there's one.
Has anybody got any recommendations for a
Well-
date for that town hall?
Question.
Yes.
So can we, I understand that you want to do the committee and the goals. Are those the only subjects of the town hall? Or what is the town hall, I guess is what I'm asking? What do we intend to accomplish?
Yeah, the town hall would be a special meeting, and we would be discussing only two topics. And one would be the formation of standing committees and assignments to all committees for the board. And then the second topic would be goals for 2019.
The board goals.
Yes.
And do you want to have that before the regular meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to have that before the regular meeting.
So if it's during the, do we want to do daytime or evening?
I have no preference there.
What's not on the calendar that I provided is I don't have the availability of the Vets Hall. I don't know what the availability of the Vets Hall is, so that's not, that's kind of more important than all the other organizations then. I mean, can't have the space, we can't have the space.
Have we
Haley
got that
has it up.
available?
She has the
Great.
calendar up, yes.
What about if we did it on Monday, the 7th?
The Vets Hall is currently unavailable the week of the 7th for floor refinishing.
For
Floor refinishing.
floor refinishing. So let's get a bunch of people. Can we do it, how do people feel about doing, the 3rd seems like too soon right after the new year. Is the 3rd work?
Third's fine with me.
So, excuse me, I'm sorry, I know I need to be recognized, but, so we're saying that we should do the town hall meeting before we have our regular meeting?
Yes. Are you okay with that, or do you have?
Well, if that's what the majority of the board feels would be the best approach to take, I would be fine with that.
Okay.
I guess I was only thinking about the fact that there's like a 5-week gap in between the January meeting and the February meeting, and that perhaps we could have, the town hall. But I understand, considering what it is that we need to address at the town hall, perhaps it should be done earlier. But I was thinking maybe the first week in February might work. But that's just my thought.
Is the hall available on the 3rd or the first week of February?
The hall is available on January 3rd. And then
Works for me.
February.
That's Thursday.
Just a matter of time, whether to do
Yeah.
day or evening.
So what, and it's open
So
all day?
Haley, you just said January. Did you mean February 3rd?
January 3rd. You
No,
guys
that
were
was
discussing
I asked
that.
January 3rd and then the first week of February if it was available.
January 3rd, it's available all day. The first week in February, the 4th, they just have Lions dancing at 6. The 5th, they have pros at 10 a.m. The 6th, they have an American Legion dinner at 5:30. And then the 7th and 8th, they have a Cambria Film Festival.
Okay, I would be fine with January 3rd, either at 2 o'clock or 6 o'clock, either one. Does anybody have a preference?
I prefer in the evening. It would be nice. Can we do it at 4? Can we split the difference and say 4?
4 o'clock?
Or maybe that just still makes it so that people who work during the day can't come.
That's
Right. Just runs into dinner for some people.
Yeah, probably. You'll probably need to be one way or the other, because right at that
We
point.
could probably do 5:30. I think folks who would be really interested wouldn't mind catching a little bit of an early meal for one evening and
Yeah,
get a
5:30.
jump on the evening maybe.
That works for me.
Well, I think overall the fact that doing it in the evening, obviously some retired folks might feel a little bit inconvenienced, but having more of an opportunity for the people that are working during the day to attend, which they usually can't, is probably what should affect our decision as much as anything.
Okay.
Do we need a motion to set this special meeting? So I would move that we set a special meeting that will be called the Town Hall to discuss committee assignments and organization and the goals for the year on January 3rd commencing at 5:30 p.m.
Okay, do I have a second? Director Howell seconds. Roll
Under
call.
discussion?
Yeah, discussion more.
Just really quick, on this meeting is going to be more related to the board than to staff, so there shouldn't be too much staff time involved in preparing for this meeting, but we'll need to make sure the whole board has the information that we need still.
Right. So, Vice President Farmer and I will work with you on what you need to do, and I agree that it should be minimal work for staff to put this together.
Okay, that's all.
I have one question.
Sure.
Is it possible to ask the folks here how they feel about the 5:30 time? Because we're making some assumptions as to how
Sure.
quickly
Is there
people
anyone
get
who would like to speak to the time and date that we're proposing on this?
Nope, it's a quiet crowd.
Seems like they're all with us.
Let's hope.
Or they're all against us and don't want to say. All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Stidel?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll move along to the next item, which is item 5B.
I'm sorry, Director Pierce, can I ask a quick question? Do you want the committees to be involved in that workshop?
No. We're going to discuss committee structure and committee assignments.
Okay.
But the other, no, the standing committees do not need to be involved in that. We're on to number 5B. Would you like to introduce this one, Ms. Madrid?
Thank you, members of the board, Director, or President Pearson. So this is an item that we wanted to bring forward because, as many of you know, District Engineer Bob, you did ask me to do this, yes? Yes. Okay. District Engineer Bob Gressens is going to be retiring on December 31st after nearly 20 years of service to the district. He has generously agreed to stay on as a retired annuitant to help us through the transition period. And so I would recommend that the board does adopt this resolution to allow that to happen. It's a PERS rule. And so we've drafted the staff report and the agenda, or the resolution, to be able to comply with the PERS rules. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Again, I do have one request from the public to speak on this item. So any questions on the information presented so far? No? Okay. Christine Heinrichs, please.
Thank you for this discussion, and thank you, Bob Gressens, for agreeing to continue despite your retirement. I'm grateful for his service, and his legacy knowledge is going to be crucial in making the transition to a new engineer. I hope the board is committed to finding a different path forward. A new district engineer, under the guidance of a new board, can oversee infrastructure for a community committed to a future of leadership on reduced carbon emissions and more environmental stewardship. Continuing to pursue the same policies that put Cambria into millions of dollars of debt will not be, I hope will not be the way that this board chooses to move forward. Getting a coastal development permit for the emergency water project was the original project, and that has occupied much of the engineer's time. The previous general manager, with the board's support, soon morphed that into what is now called sustainable. It's, of course, not sustainable in any conventional meaning of the word, and that's actually an attempt to open development in Cambria. I hope that the new engineer who is hired is cognizant of both the background and a new way forward for Cambria. I'm glad to hear you talk about setting goals. That's something that I've talked about here before. I think having a mission statement is also a really good idea. If you don't know where you're going, you're not going to know if you get there. But Albert Einstein said, "We can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them." I hope the board is committed to finding a different path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion on this particular item?
I don't want him to retire. I mean, I want him to be able to retire, but I don't want him to retire. So I'm glad this is on the agenda, and I would move that we approve the Resolution 39, 2018, establishing a 180-day wait period for the 180-day wait period exception, and to hire Robert Greshams as a retired annuitant.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Any other discussion? Director Howell? No? Okay.
Sorry.
All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Stidel?
Aye.
Director Howe?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye. All right, passes 5-0. We move on to number 5C. Again, General Manager Madrid, would you like to introduce this one, or is this Mr.
I would like to let
Pass this one along?
Tim Carmel, District Council, handle this item.
Thank you. President Pearson, members of the board. This item is to consider a part-time employment agreement with Pavel Ogren to serve as the strategic and organizational advisor and to adopt a salary schedule for that position as required by law. Currently, Mr. Ogren serves as the general manager of the Oceano Community Services District. He will continue to work part-time for that district and will work part-time for Cambria should you approve this agreement. Prior to his service with Oceano, which I believe he's been in that position for 5 years, Mr. Ogren served as the Public Works Director for the County of San Luis Obispo. Prior to that, I think he was the Deputy Public Works Director. Prior to that, he was a certified public accountant and served as Chief Financial Officer for 2 large engineering firms. In other words, he's got a wonderfully diverse set of skills that he brings to this organization. Let's see. With regard to the agreement itself, the term is coincident with when you hire a new general manager, although you'll have an opportunity to extend it 30 days if you want the new general manager to work with Pavel for that time period. He'll be paid $99 an hour. Additionally, he'll be paid PERS costs and Social Security costs, so the total is approximately $115 an hour. He'll work under the acting general manager. Some of the duties that he's being asked to perform are strategic planning services, organizational analysis, capital project management, and support on the implementation of the CSD business and accounting software. California Code of Regulations, Section 570.5 requires that you establish a salary schedule for any new position. So the resolution in your packet establishes that salary schedule. I know Pavo's here, so with that, I'll turn it back to the board and be glad to answer any questions.
All right, again, I have a request to speak on this. So first questions by anyone on the board? Anyone? No?
I prefer to hear the public comment, and then we can go further on the board.
Sure. Once again, Christine Heinrichs.
Thank you again. I am a bit disappointed that this has been done behind closed doors and presented as an accomplished fact to the community. I hope that Mr. Ogren will help Cambria to find the next permanent general manager in an open and enthusiastic way. I do not accept that this job is onerous in any way, and I'm sure Mr. Ogren knows the history here and appreciates the many assets that Cambria offers. And I'm sure he's bringing his knowledge to us. The main problem here, of course, is the water plant and the financial problems that it has caused and the way it has sucked all the oxygen out of the room for any other projects that have caused other problems with ignoring the infrastructure problems. Getting a coastal development permit for the emergency water project was the original goal, but that has now changed. It's foolish to expect that this water plant is going to allow increased development. Last night at the Forest Committee meeting, we were talking about evacuation routes, and Dan Turner, the business manager at the County Fire Safe Council, said that Cal Poly is performing a model of evacuation which will focus on Lodge Hill. As he noted, there are 2 roads out of Lodge Hill, but they converge. And this is certainly, most of the lots that are on the water wait list are on Lodge Hill. And we are all very aware at this time, because of fires, how dangerous this has become. It just seems that water has perhaps even become secondary to the dangers of fire in this community. Please reconsider pursuing development at any cost. Literally, it's been at any cost. We are in so much debt now that we can, last month we couldn't even buy a dump truck without having problems about financing. The district is already overburdened with debt. When you're in a hole, stop digging. I look forward to working with Mr. Ogren as strategic and organizational advisor. That's a great title. And I hope he hears from the board that reorganizing the district should be done with financial stability as a top priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion by the board, Director Stidel.
Perhaps Council Carmel could answer the question on this. On page 63, which is the second page of the staff report. Thank you. The second paragraph. It's talking about the anticipated term. Would it be appropriate to have anything in there in terms of what kind of prior notification there would be for the idea that the contract itself would either be halted, or if indeed there is something in terms of the consultant himself giving notification if there was some reason that he was calling the contract at a point?
Excuse me, paragraph 2B of the employment agreement sets forth the board's ability to terminate at any time and Mr. Ogren's ability to resign at any time. So,
without notification, though?
Yeah, upon notice, immediately upon notice.
Immediately, okay. And that's a common...
It's not very common, but the nature of this job, which is fairly short and part-time, you can do it. Most people wouldn't put up with it. They'd want 2 weeks, 30 days.
Right.
But in this case, it's an acceptable term.
Should we put a 10-day notice in there?
Well, this gives you maximum flexibility. You could put 10 days in your notice to him saying you're going to be terminated in 10 days, but should you want to do it immediately, you can do it immediately.
But it also gives him that option.
I'm sorry?
That also gives him that option.
Right. Either of you have maximum flexibility when it comes to terminating this agreement.
Okay.
And that's really how we wanted to structure it.
Director Rice.
Do we want to hear from Mr. Ogren about that particular issue, or is this something that we want to keep at the board discussion level?
That's fine. Would you like to comment on it, Mr. Ogren?
President Pearson, members of the board, I'm agreeable at the pleasure of your board on that particular provision.
Okay. Thank you. Director Howe.
I think flexibility in this is important. I think from the point of view of the community as well as the board, This is not a permanent position. There's been some thought out there that this is kind of a behind-the-scenes way of shoehorning someone into a position without following procedures. So I think the fact that this is a temporary thing and that it does provide maximum flexibility is very important. I'd like to also just say, kind of not speaking directly to that, but this arrangement I personally have been very pleased with, because it indicates that the prior board was careful and choosing to not simply rush forward and to take steps to give us time so that we can find appropriate general manager. And I also like the fact that, excuse me, there is no time certain on this agreement, so that should we not find someone in 6 months, we have 7 months. Mm-hmm. We could even, depending on how Mr. Ogren, how much he's willing to work for us, we could have a year. Mm-hmm. So personally, I really like that, because it's just too important to be rushing into, and this is a great opportunity to give us all a chance to really look at the situation and go forward carefully.
Agreed. Director Farmer, or Vice President Farmer.
It's not a problem. With regard to pursuing hiring a new general manager, I just want to piggyback on what Christine Heinrich said in public comment with regard to having someone come on board, not just an engineer but also a new general manager that will get up to speed on new ways of doing things and approaching the challenges that exist at the district. I would like to ask a question regarding something that's on page 66 under section 1, employment of strategic and organizational advisor, under B5, where it says review and coordination with other agencies on interagency projects, programs, and or other services. Can someone on staff, or perhaps Mr. Ogren himself, explain to the board and the community what that necessarily would apply to? What projects and programs and agencies are we referring to?
Mr. Carmel.
I thought Pavel was going to take that question.
He's willing. He just said he's willing. If you want him to take that.
I'll take a stab at it.
Okay.
The interagency projects, I'd have a hard time articulating, but working with other agencies on programs and services, that would be the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the California Coastal Commission. We have several projects ongoing with them, and we have ongoing needs to deal with them with our services. So I think that's what it's referring to primarily, and the County of San Luis Obispo as well.
Mr. Ogren.
Certainly, I concur with Legal Counsel Carmel's answer. Projects, programs, and services are just generally a broad category of work, and the provision is really coordinated on interagency efforts, Regional Board, Coastal Commission, County of San Luis Obispo.
Thank you. Director Rice.
I would move adoption of Resolution 40, 2018, amending the district salary schedule to establish a pay schedule for the position of strategic and organizational advisor, and approval of an employment agreement with Pavo Ogren.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Good. Any other discussion?
Before we take a vote, or maybe after, I don't particularly care which, I'd like to give Mr. Ogren an opportunity to speak to the community via the AGP's transmission of this meeting and recording of it. So if he so chooses, it's up to the president whether you want to take the vote first or not.
Yeah, I think we should vote first and make sure that he is on board, and then we'll go ahead and we'll have give him the opportunity to go ahead and speak, and so could we have the roll call vote? Thank you.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Stidel?
Aye.
Director Howe?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson.
Aye, passes 5-0. Mr. Ogren, please.
Again, President Pearson, members of the board and staff and the public, my first comment really I want to focus on my appreciation for the opportunity to work with the Cambria Community Services District. I can't help but go back to the snowy plover comment from earlier in public comment, where the snowy plover, decided to move from Oceano Dunes up to Cambria. I think there's maybe a connection there. In any case, I've had, obviously, over the course of history of my career, the opportunity to work on a number of projects through the county of San Luis Obispo, primarily some of the bridge projects, Moonstone Drive bridges. One of the ones where, when we came out here, I just thought it was a very beautiful and, appropriate for the community of Cambria. Kathy Tanner just put an article in the paper on the Cambrian and really captured a lot, of the sentiments that I have. It's really working with your board and staff in the community, identifying priorities and what are the topics that are highest on the list to address for Cambria. And again, I look forward to working with your board, staff, and the public, and be glad to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Yes.
Would you be available to attend the January 4th
It's on my calendar.
or 3rd?
Third. Yes.
Glad don't show up on the 4th, you'll be late.
Are there any questions from the public that are here for Mr. Ogren? All right, thank you very much. Moving along, our next one is discussion and consideration of the purchase of a truck. Ms. Madrid?
Yes, thank you, President Pearson and members of the board. I would like to turn this over to District Engineer Bob Gressens. He did write the staff report and has the information that he'd like to pass on to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Monique Madrid, President Pearson, members of the board. This is for the replacement of an existing service truck in the wastewater department. We're trying to take care of two things at one time. We have one truck that has a dilapidated crane on it that can't be used. We have another truck that's worn out that has over 200,000 miles on it. It's 15 years old. So what we're recommending is you approve the purchase and financing of a new truck, a new replacement truck. It happens to be, the low bidder is a Ford F-350 truck with dual tires on the back and a 3,200-pound capacity crane with a special body on it that not only stores tools but also supports the heavy crane, and there's special reinforcement on the spring and so forth. I think we did a pretty good job on our due diligence in soliciting bids. The low bidder was Downtown Ford Sales at $57,039.94. Again, that's a F-350. It's a 4x2 with dual wheels and a auto crane on it, plus a special custom body. So without further delay, I'd be glad to answer any questions. What we're recommending is approve the purchase at that cost, approve Resolution 43-2018, authorizing the execution and delivery of an installment sale agreement with Municipal Finance Corporation to finance the purchase over 5 years at an annual interest rate of 4.25%, and authorizing and directing certain actions in connection with the acquisition of the service truck. Authorize the acting general manager to enter into an agreement with Downtown Ford Sales. So I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gressens. Anyone? Oh, very good. Vice President Farmer.
I have a couple of concerns as much as questions. I'm just wondering, because I look at the fact that Perry Ford, which is like down the road here, that we can get to probably in about 45 minutes, put in a bid that was $1,000 more. But when I look at, Downtown Ford in Sacramento. Now, we're assuming that you purchase a vehicle and there's not going to be any problem. But I guess I'd feel more comfortable purchasing it from a local dealership in case there is any kind of difficulty. Plus, I realize $1,000 is $1,000, but it just seems also right to just kind of be making the purchase locally. It's just kind of a vibe that I have. But like I say, think actually it's a little more. It's just under $2,000. But I just feel like that would be the proper direction to go, especially if we have any kind of problem with the vehicle at all. We could just take it back to Los Osos as opposed to Sacramento. And also, I'm just wondering, and I don't know whether this is practical or not, considering our financial circumstances, but is there any way of, like, being somebody who has paid cash for, like, every vehicle that I've purchased in the last 40 years, is there a way that we could just pay cash, eliminate the interest, and in the long run be a little bit further ahead financially, even if it's problematic at the moment? Those are my two concerns.
Very good, thank you. Addressing number two, does the finance manager feel we could pay cash for this thing with our current financial situation, or I know we're pretty stretched right now, so I'm concerned that we do that.
Correct. If we decided to purchase cash
Is your
for the
mic on?
vehicle, yes, it is. If we decided to purchase this vehicle with cash, we would need to reassess our current budget and all of the active CIP projects.
Okay. Director Howell.
Two questions. One is just a matter of there seems to be a discrepancy between the quote we're getting here from Downtown Ford for the price of the crane, showing it at $25,180, but on the quote from the supplier of the crane, the price is being shown as $22,891. So I'm kind of wondering where those, is this a typo or is something perhaps missing?
Well, I don't know. We can check on it.
Well, that's a good answer.
Yeah,
okay.
It looks though, the way they put their quote together, it would lower their cost if they did indeed go down to the $22,891, so they'd still be the low bidder.
Right.
So I'm going to just think out loud here. If you'd like, we can go back to them and get that corrected at your authorization, and maybe if legal counsel agrees with that. It looks as though the quotation they have does have the $25,180 you mentioned for the Selzy crane body, and it does show $22,891 in the Selzy attachment. So I don't know, without talking to them about that, we missed that.
So who's installing the crane?
It's done in Fresno by, I think, Selzy Enterprises, who's the maker of the custom body that the crane sits on top of. And I understand from talking with John Olshin, that's where the truck would be picked up, is in Fresno.
Yeah, and it could be the cost that they added, the extra $2,000 or $3,000 could be
They may have marked
them
it up.
installing it.
That might
or
be
it
their
could be their
markup on it.
One of the two.
Yeah.
But they were less expensive. Would you like to weigh in on the fact that we're not using the local? What's the warranty issue here?
Well, what we found was the state General Services Administration, let me look at my staff report so I get that correct.
I can weigh in a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
We're bound by state law and our own policies to take the lowest responsible bid. That's why we can't do it local. You can have local preferences in some circumstances, but we don't have a local preference policy or ordinance.
I don't mean to be correcting district council. I thought our purchasing policy had we could pay 10% more if it was local. I thought.
Well, I've never seen it, and if we do
Okay.
have it,
Then I easily could be wrong.
it runs slightly afoul of the law.
Oh, well, that would not be good.
Well, that's never stopped us before.
Well, it's also, Paso Ford is not local.
Right.
It's a ways. But would our warrant, if we had a problem with the truck, where would we take it? Do we have to take it all the way back to Sacramento, or can we take it?
I think you could take it to any Ford dealer.
Yeah, I think
Any
so,
local
too.
Ford dealer.
And I also wanted to add that we use the Department of General Services to find this particular dealership. We take advantage of a competitive process that the state goes through, and these particular dealers that are part of the Department of General Services contracting offer other public agencies such as ours the same price that they'd be offered the state of California. So you take advantage of some pretty competitive bidding process that the state performs ahead of time. So there were two or three dealerships that we reached out to that were part of the program, and we did get a bid from Downtown Ford Sales that way.
Okay, my only other question is, are they going to deliver it here, or do I have to go get it?
The truck goes to Fresno where it has the custom body and the crane mounted on it. Then we go to pick it up in Fresno.
Okay. Director Rice.
I tend to agree with Vice President Farmer on the issue of do we pay cash or not, and I understand the short-term cash crunch that we're in, but we would be paying an additional over a 5-year period, an additional $7,500 almost. When if we tighten our belt right now, and then we don't have payments over the term. I mean, so in general, I prefer that approach, especially with 4.25% increase. The other comment I have is, I understand when you have a heavy-duty truck that alternative fuels may not be a possibility, but I think that given our carbon footprint as it is, choosing an alternative whenever it's possible to fossil fuel would be something I think this district should take the lead on. But that's not current policy, and we might have to just wait to address that, because I understand heavy-duty vehicles are more difficult to get with a different kind of fuel, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be considering the impact these kinds of things have, especially a gasoline vehicle.
Director Seidel.
My recommendation would be that we go ahead and go forward with the purchase of it and pay the 4.25%. The idea that we start that way doesn't preclude our being able to pay off that loan earlier, so we may not be 5 years' worth of interest payments, but it would keep us from having to recycle ourselves again in terms of the CIP and the decision-making that we've made to date in going forward and doing some things, and get a year of the rate increase impacts coming into the financials of the community and seeing how that helps to stabilize some of the things we want to accomplish. And if we get a year or even 2 years down the line and we're in a position financially to pay it off, we pay it off and we avoid the balance of the interest payments.
I'm sorry. Is that a possibility in the agreement as it's written with municipal finance?
I think Mr. Carmel is looking at that right now, so. In any case, and we need to take into consideration also the time cost of money and the fact that we have inflation of, as we were talking about, the LA County inflation index that we used for something, and I can't recall what it was 4%. So this interest rate is pretty competitive and stuff, so I'm not I'm not as concerned about that. And I agree with Ms. Didell that if we can pay it off early, we pay it off early. So
Even if it has a slight
penalty
to it. Yeah.
could do that. Director Howell.
I think that we should know what that penalty is before we approve this, if that's
Oh,
in
I
fact
agree.
the,
No,
so,
I agree.
and that financing agreement is not in front of us. Is it? Did I miss it? Well, while you're looking, I have another question, I think perhaps for the finance manager. I noticed that this is an installment sale. Is there some advantage to not do, or why is it an installment sale and not an outright purchase with an ordinary loan, just like any of us if we bought an automobile?
Because of the rate we're getting from Municipal Finance Corp.
What restrictions does that then impose upon us in terms of how we care for it or what we can do with it? Are there, again, without the finance agreement in front of me, there could be something there that could catch us. So I just want to be sure that.
I'm not aware that there's a prepayment penalty. We can pay it off at any point in time.
Okay. Are there other issues in terms of maintaining it, or should we elect to sell it before the term was out for some reason?
Right, we would have to pay off our loan.
Yeah, the
just
loan
like
would,
any
yeah,
other
like
loan
any
that we
other.
would have if we didn't have the asset to back it up anymore.
I guess what I'm not seeing is any advantage to the lender in doing this, and yet we're getting a lower interest rate. So I'd like to know what restrictions there are in that finance agreement before I would approve it.
This is the same company that we just used at the last board meeting that the board approved for the purchase of the dump truck. So the idea from the lender was that they would bundle the two together for us as a package deal, even though we were purchasing them at separate times on separate resolutions.
Okay, that helps to explain some of it.
All right, any other comments? Director Stidel, your light is still on, so I didn't know if you were. Good, that's okay. All right. Can I have a motion to approve? Or not?
I would move that we approve, let me get the formal reference. Let's see, agenda item, that we approve the Resolution 432018 to finance the purchase of the service crane truck.
Okay, do I have a second? I'll second it. Any other discussion? Let's have a roll call vote.
Director Stein.
Wait.
I did want to say something. Again, I haven't seen the financing agreement. It's not in my package, or else and I will not vote for this without that, so I'll have to vote no on this one.
Okay.
Oh, wait, Pam has Mrs. Delfield has.
So we won't receive the full-on financing agreement until the resolution is forwarded to the lender. And then in this resolution, it allows the acting general manager to execute the necessary documents in the financing agreement. So at the point in time that we submit the resolution to the lender, then they follow back with us and they provide all those necessary loan documents. So at this point in time, we do not have those documents.
Okay.
We will in the future. If you'd like to come in, I'd be happy to share that with you in the future, but we don't have that document today.
Unfortunately, the history of this board, we have had financing agreements which no person in their right mind would approve, so without seeing it, I simply can't vote for it.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote?
Director Stidel?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye.
Director Howe?
Nay.
Director Rice?
No.
Vice President Farmer?
No.
Okay. Fails, 2 votes, 2 ayes, and 3 noes. So
I have a question. We could still purchase the vehicle either with cash. Does this affect the other agreement that we have through municipal finance for the other vehicle that we passed last month? Do we know that answer?
I do not believe it would affect the agreement.
Okay. And and this is a vehicle I'm assuming that we need, otherwise it wouldn't be before the board. So it's the financing issue. I think as a question for directing staff, if we can't get the agreement until there's a resolution from the board that we want to get a loan. So you wouldn't be able to see the agreement before the board approves it. So does that mean that you wouldn't want to approve it? Is there any way that you would be able to approve it?
I would approve the purchase of the truck. I'm just not comfortable approving a financing agreement that I haven't seen. I wouldn't do it in my own
But
life. I wouldn't sign a loan on my own house if I didn't see
I'm just trying to get
so
to if
I'm
there's
not gonna do
something
it.
that we can do to remediate that.
Well, definitely buying the vehicle. It's just the financing. It's just not having that in front of us that bothers me.
Okay. So we've gone through this drill with the dump truck.
That's correct. At the last board meeting, this exact same document was
Okay, so
prepared and put in
do we
front
have
of
the
you.
loan documents now on the dump truck?
We do not have them yet. We've submitted the resolution to the financing company, and they're working on those documents.
Okay, so we don't have anything that we could reference that would say, okay, it's going to be the identical thing.
We've financed other things over history with the same company. So I believe we financed the fire truck. Do you remember what year that was? 2000?
Yeah, I think that was a different
Yeah.
company.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the same type of an installment sale agreement. I have a sample of that if you'd like us to bring this back to the board next month. I'm sure we could get a draft from
Question.
Municipal
Okay,
Finance
so-
Company.
Yes, Ms. Stedham.
So the language that is in the financing documents that we would receive, you made reference to the point that the GM had the ability to take action if for some reason, what are the particulars of that? For instance, if the financing agreement came in to the GM and it was brought back to the board, or the GM was in a position of reviewing the information, recognizing that it was not a good application for the district, could it be halted at that point and the purchase not taken and the loan not taken? I guess I was hearing there was a default position that could happen once the paperwork was in hand. Is that a correct assumption?
So the resolution authorizes the acting general manager to execute the documents once your board approves it.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so no, we're
Apparently
not.
Bob has an answer, okay.
Yes,
Two points, if you'll indulge me.
sure.
At the bottom of page 74 on the quotation from Downtown Ford Sales, it says $500 discount with payment in 20 days. So there's a cost involved in the decision to delay. I just want to point that out. And the other discussion we've had at a staff level and what made me think about is my property taxes were just due on the 10th. And I know that the first payment to the CCSD from the county is probably likely to occur this month to the general fund. So, that's another possibility that, I don't know if we want to do that, but I know the finance committee has had these discussions about maybe getting a loan from the general fund in the past, maybe at a lower interest rate. So you might have an option to
I don't think there's
about.
any more money in the general fund than there is anywhere else.
I'd like to
Director.
make a motion that we approve the purchase of a service crane truck, period. If we can finance it later, the staff can bring that back at another point, because that's what we did with the dump truck, right? The dump truck was already purchased when we financed it, right?
Yes, but there's a difference because a dump truck is purchased with water funds, and this would be purchased with wastewater funds theoretically. But wastewater's budget, we're communicating with each other, and wastewater doesn't have the money in their budget, and so we would have to use general fund money and create a loan to the wastewater treatment or the wastewater department to pay for this.
Well, there's a motion on the floor if there's a second for it to allow for the purchase of the vehicle, because I know we need the vehicle.
Okay.
One question, the loan rate, the interfund loan rate from the general fund, I don't know that that was much different than the percentage that was being discussed here in terms of the
True.
loan either.
I
So
think
I don't know that there was a whole lot that was bought
2%.
by,
I think it's 2%.
for
The
the
interfund loan?
interfund? Okay, I stand corrected, thank you.
Vice President Farmer.
I'd just like to make a comment that it appears that, the dilemma right here for Director Howell is seeing the document. And since it's pretty much assumed that this document will probably be exactly as it was for the dump truck, and that purchase has already been made, perhaps once you see that document, you'll be satisfied with that. Would that be a fair assumption?
No, not actually. I think that when the board is entering into financing agreements of this magnitude, the board needs to see the document before it is executed. I would accept a motion to proceed, but without the general manager having the power to execute that document until it comes back to the board. Without the board seeing it, financing agreements that are that size, that the board does not see, I simply can't approve. But I do believe we should buy the truck, and I have no problem with paying cash for it and then financing it later if that's a possibility. Or going forward, provided that this board sees the document before it is executed, so that we have a chance to say, no, thank you, we don't, thank you for your loan, but no thanks. And that's my position on that. I would second Director Rice's motion to purchase the truck, though.
Okay, we have a second on the motion, finally. Thank you. And we can continue discussion. Since we're promoting the use by all of our groups to use all of the different pieces of equipment that we purchase, could we have the water department purchase this instead of the wastewater department and not have to go through a loan?
And have wastewater rent it from water?
Yeah.
Because that's what we're actually doing, is we'll charge whatever the amount is. So for example, facilities and resources used the dump truck to deliver trucks. So we'll charge them whatever the appropriate costs are for however much time and staff they used it for. If they use staff.
If that's how we're doing it, yeah, that would be my answer. Yeah. I realize that
So
the
I don't know.
wastewater department probably uses it more than anybody else, right?
Sounds like we can do that.
That's great. The wastewater department probably uses it more than anybody else, but the
That's
water
correct.
department probably will use it.
Not near as frequently as the wastewater department. It's going to be primarily wastewater.
I'm just trying to get around not having to do it alone here. Because, as you said, the wastewater department's budget is stretched as it is. I mean, as presented, it was in a deficit, correct?
Well, the reason why we structured it with a loan is so that it would have less impact on the wastewater fund, so that we could proceed with the various projects that we have that were in progress. But we can include it in the work plan, and we'll just have $57,000 less to work with. But we do have the $100,000 that we were going to use toward the pipe, which we've reduced to $20,000, right? And even if the committee decides that they want to move forward with that, we still can't get through that process until July. So in July is when we would need that money. So in theory, I suppose we could look at the $100,000, take the 57 or whatever the amount is away from that and reduce that amount of the budget.
All right. We have a motion and a second to purchase the truck by cash with the wastewater department funds. So let's vote on that.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Howell? Director Stidel?
Nay.
Vice President Farmer?
Wow. Aye.
President Pearson?
No. Passes 3 votes to 2. Okay. Moving along, well, why don't we take a break since we've been into this for 2.5 hours? I think we're all numb. So we will take a break and come back at, when that clock, the big hand is on the 7. Okay? Thank you. All right, we reconvened here. Moving along on to 5E, discussion and consideration for approval of the budget policy. Ms. Madrid, do you want to introduce this one?
Yes, thank you, President Pearson and members of the board. This item was brought forward to you after having gone through the Finance Committee. It was also reviewed by our Finance Manager, Pam Duffield, myself, our retired annuitant, past Finance Manager, Alan Labossiere, and some others. I understand that Director Howell has some information that he'd like to share with us about some various language. And so with that, I can take questions, or we can turn it over to Director Howell.
Okay. Director Howell.
You don't want to hear all of my stuff, do you?
No, just give us
okay.
Anything that's got meat in it, anyway.
Something with meat, yeah. Vegetables are all right, too.
Protein. Okay, let's go with protein.
Yeah, that works. On paragraph E, that's page 84 of the packet, regarding the capital improvement plan, it seems to me, and this may be too early to do that, but I thought I should bring it forward. Under our present committee structure, it would be appropriate for the infrastructure committee to, let's see, where it says each year prior to budget preparation, the general manager should evaluate the needs and et cetera, and come up with a plan. But it seems like the input or some activity by the infrastructure committee should actually be mentioned in that paragraph. Now, this may not be the time to do that, depending on how the committee structures are expected to go forward. So.
Right. Okay. And you had another one that had some protein in it.
I think it may have had to do with clarity regarding the overhead allocation, paragraph F. There are a couple of things in there. They're minor, but it might aid in understanding. I have to confess that I actually had to read down through F and even into G before it was altogether clear to me. It has to do with the statement here, overhead allocation. Let's see. It's the next paragraph. Administrative functions will be charged to a department or departments that are accounted for in the general fund. At that point, it might be useful to actually list the departments, because to actually get a full understanding, you have to read clear down through a portion of, I believe, G, where again there's a reference to the departments before, and you have to kind of to put it together. I think it would aid clarity to have a list of those departments up front, and possibly also indicate those that some are enterprise funds and some are financed by the general fund. I think it might be well to actually lay that out there, even though it might appear to be redundant. I think it might be a good idea.
Okay. Any other, Director Rice?
Under purpose, the third bullet, I think it's important that we put 2 extra words in there, or 3, that I think it should probably read, establish spending controls consistent with district needs and board objectives. Because it's not just the board objectives. What if there's a board that all they want to do is have a carnival on the green every other year? I think we need to have in there something about, because there's some things that aren't discretionary to the board's objectives. They just have to be done. We can't limit the amount of testing that we do or send out to a company because we have to do it under our permits. So that's one thing. Under calendaring, the first bullet is about when we review annually. That's per Prop 218, and it may be that when the board considers again couple of years hence, when we consider rates again, it may be that there's a different structure, so annual review by the board may not be, unless that's what we're intending here, that future rates will regular annual review when they are expected to
Yeah.
rise. And if that's the intention, let's make that clear by adding like per Prop 218 or whatever.
Okay.
That indicate, that would just clarify, and I support that, having a policy of having the board annually review, even if they've already gone through the process to be approved through Prop 218. I think that we still need to have that. Then the English teacher in me, if you look on page 85, also page 4, at the bottom, the second paragraph under income allocation, the first sentence says allocation of property taxes is arbitrary. It's discretionary, not arbitrary.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's like willy-nilly arbitrary.
Right.
I think it should be discretionary.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I had to, like Director Howell, I kind of had to go read through the entire section H before I got that you're talking about projected receipt of funds, that's all about what the expected ending fund balance is. There isn't all of that. I mean, can we maybe put something in there that indicates that these are not, we don't have the final numbers on these things. This is about when we set the budget, right? So they're all projected numbers and not necessarily actual, except for the beginning fund balance, which is probably even that's going to be estimated because we won't have had the audit completed when we have that beginning fund balance, right? Right?
Yes, some of that stuff should be fixed, but some of that stuff I agree would be.
I think it would just create greater clarity. I mean, I don't want to I want to be able to pass this today, so I don't want to mess with anything too massively right now, but it took me, I'm not a financial genius, but it did take me 2 readings of that section to be clear that that's what it was indicating.
Okay.
So what are you suggesting be added?
Somewhere the word estimated or projected, I don't know where, because it's kind of hard to, at least the following information as estimates or projected information, best estimate or best, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer for you.
Okay.
I was trying to think of what appropriate terminology. It isn't best position. It's perhaps ask the finance manager what kind of terminology might help us create that.
I just don't want it to be like, this is the number, these are projected.
Right.
You know?
We can simply put estimated.
Okay.
Where are you going to put that in there, though?
Well, it could easily just be beginning fund balance, estimated budget.
We can call it estimated fund balance. Because we will estimate it every July 1st. We'll estimate also what it would be the following June 30th.
I think you could put it as the last sentence before the bullets. More specifically, budget documents must contain at least estimates of the following information.
Best estimate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the budget documents, must contain,
Okay, that makes sense.
Does that work? I'm trying to give a little bit of wiggle room. We don't want to say that, I'm sure Pam's a genius, but I don't want to lock her in on numbers that aren't clear that they are projections and not actuals. Thank you.
Best estimates.
Director Howell.
I have just a couple of single-word changes that are easy to make and might just add a little clarity, but it's not highly significant, but they're simple to make. In Section F, overhead allocation, we refer to criteria, but further on in the discussion, it changes to method. I suggest replacing the term method with criterion, and where it's plural down at the bottom, change in the recovery methodologies, change that also to criteria. It's very, very minor, but I think it may actually help in clarity that what we're talking about are the criteria. Yeah.
Either that or determine the best method based on the four criteria above.
The best method.
Because it ends up being a methodology rather than the criteria defines the application. The methodology is the application. So the best methodology of the four criteria. Defined above.
Yeah, we're looking to find a method of allocating
And
using the criteria.
Using criteria.
A method using the four, okay. So, determine the best. But then you say you do refer to the best method of the four above.
Of the four criteria defined above.
That would be better, yeah. Yes,
Okay.
that would help. Yeah.
Okay.
That was a tad confusing.
Okay.
Then you don't have to change the methodologies at the bottom of the paragraph.
Just add
Just leave it as it is.
criteria defined after the word for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other changes we'd like to make?
I have a question.
Yes.
This has always kind of been a question because it's not clear to me. On the organization chart and head count, it says full-time equivalent will only include employee count. How do we count reserve firefighters? Like if I asked how many reserve firefighters is the goal of the number to have and how many of those positions are open? I know they're not technically full-time personnel. Is that true? So they're accounted for as full-time equivalents or something? Maybe it might be helpful for clarity instead of, because there's other departments that might have positions that are not full-time. I kind of would like to know what our status is in terms of how many we want to have and how many we actually have. And
I believe on our org chart, it says the number next to the position described. So if it's a part-time position, it would say like 0.5 or 0.75. And I believe the reserve firefighters shows that there's 14, but the full-time equivalent count is where we take what that equals.
Okay.
Yes, Director Seidel.
The first item that you mentioned, Dawn, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry about that. Well, the first one that you wanted the first change you had suggested. Right. Which
it was under the CIP.
Right, and it had to do actually, if I were modifying this myself, I would say, prior to budget preparation, the general manager, I wanted to get something about the infrastructure subcommittee in there. That was the issue.
So that triggered it for me. But
Yeah.
what I thought as you said that was, over time, we may have different kinds of subcommittees. And baking the definition of the infrastructure subcommittee into this, we may want to be more generic in the way we describe. Maybe it's making appropriate standing committee, or does that work for you? Okay. Okay,
That
great.
works fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, as long as we're editing this, excuse me, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. So we need to add something into the CIP section that says that the general manager should pass it through the appropriate standing committee, the appropriate committee.
We'll solicit feedback from
Okay.
appropriate standing committee.
Let's make sure we get that so that it gets added in. I want to make sure it's clear for the district clerk who's typing furiously down there.
Should we just say committee instead of standing committee?
Yeah, I think committee rather than
'cause it may be
standing.
an ad hoc committee. That's a
Or
good
a
point.
subcommittee, committee makes it more.
Right.
But it does assure that there be feedback from some
The
kind of.
appropriate committee.
Solicit feedback from the appropriate committee.
Excuse me, President Pearson. If I could just add something, and this isn't necessarily, add a comment. This isn't necessarily changing anything in here, but Paul Reichart, who's been an engineer for many decades and has assisted our chief engineer, Bob Greshams, on various projects, especially recently. He brought something he couldn't make it to the meeting today, and he brought something to my attention that I don't necessarily understand, but he felt that this is something that we should be aware of. It's his opinion that, like, the CIP list that we've seen, let's say, over the past couple of years, or at least over the past couple of years, from Engineer Greshams, and I'm sorry Bob isn't here to comment on this, he sees this more as a wish list that is relatively incomplete, and he feels that what needs to take place for a capital improvements project list to be, like I said, more all-encompassing is that we need to do an inventory assessment of everything that we own and understand what the status of that ownership is, the lifespan of what it is, replacement costs and maintenance. He feels that these particular items need to be addressed when you're doing a capital improvements project. And so he wanted me to pass that on, so that's what I'm doing.
Good, thank you. Yes,
I can speak to that if you'd like.
sure.
I did talk with Bob Gressens about that exact item after the Finance Committee meeting, and he does have a software program called Planet that he's about 3/4 of the way through. And so as we transition forward and he transitions out of the organization and Pavo transitions in, he'll be working on that and complete it. And then we'll have an opportunity to take a look at it and review it and see whether or not it's actually a CIP project plan or if it's a wish list.
Okay, good,
Okay.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
I have a question going forward. So we've made some suggestions that help clarify this. I don't know, Cindy's kind of taking notes, I'm kind of taking notes, but I want to make sure that we get those changes into the record. And Haley's excellent at taking minutes. I just want to make sure that those changes are, did anyone take comprehensive on all of those changes or?
I can give it a shot for what I've got and see if
It might be good for the motion. Yeah. Maybe for the motion, maybe at your light.
Thank you. Okay, so formally, there isn't anything, are we actually doing this as a motion since it isn't a?
I have a few more changes.
Oh.
If that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
These are minor, but if we are actually working on the final copy, we do need, I think, there are some grammatical problems here that kind of stick out and probably shouldn't be there. In F, overhead allocation, the sentence, water, including SWF, wastewater, are necessary. This is actually, let's see, just a moment. Here's the period. It says allocation. Allocation is the subject. Allocation to the enterprise funds, parenthesis, are necessary. It should be is. That stuck right out at me. I thought, this is an educated board. We need to. Yes. There's a couple of others. That one, however, really stuck out. But there is one other probably that ought to be changed, and let me see, that's on page, the previous page in paragraph D, or section D, on the second paragraph. Let me see, if I can read it to you, you'll see what I'm talking about. Temporary employees or agencies will be represented in the organization chart and table to give a clear picture, now this is how it reads now, of the number of staffing required to fill the need to the district. That So may I offer a suggestion? So if you strike, let it read as follows, just by striking out some words, and then making one minor change. If it reads temporary employees, blah, blah, represented in the organizational chart and table to give a clear picture of the staffing required to fulfill the needs of the district. That was kind of a stumbling block. Yeah, doesn't change the meaning, but.
But it reads appropriately.
Okay.
I have a question about what that means. Does that mean like Pavo would go on the org chart?
Yes.
But he's an employee, right? Or no? He's
Well,
under, I mean,
consultants-
technically.
We really.
So anybody who works with us on a regular basis as opposed to a project-by-project basis?
Correct.
Okay.
That's what we're looking for.
Shall I give it a shot?
Okay.
Okay, so it would be the first page. So item 1 in the essentially second paragraph, the third bullet, establish spending controls consistent with insert district needs. And board objectives. I don't have anything else on that page. Okay. Okay. Or,
Oh, sorry, there's my microphone there. Typo, that's a typo.
right. Okay, anything else on that page for anyone? Okay, going on to the next page, the first item that I have is under D, the second paragraph, next to the last sentence. That was just given to us by non-temporary employees or agencies will be represented in the organizational chart and table to give a clear picture of staffing required to fulfill the need of the district. Needs of the district.
I think there was something in that first paragraph on the page also,
Okay.
where we wanted a reference to Proposition 218.
And where did that insert?
In the first bullet.
Yeah, in the first bullet, in April, the board must consider and approve any changes to rates for the following year per.
Consistent.
Per Prop 218.
Okay. Okay, and on that same page down at the bottom under E, I kind of gave it a shot here. Let's see if it works for folks. It's the second sentence. Each year, prior to budget preparation, the general manager should evaluate the needs and solicit appropriate committee feedback relative to acquiring or replacing infrastructure facilities, yada, yada, yada.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yep.
Shall I go over that one more time, Haley, or have you got that? Okay, so needs, okay, it should evaluate the needs and solicit appropriate committee feedback relative, and then back to the sentence, to acquiring or replacing. And the rest reads, okay. Let's see, going to the next page, under F, overhead allocation, the last sentence, the word "are" is changed to is necessary to assure. If we drop down to the 1 to 3rd paragraph, a single sentence, each type of administrative spending will be reviewed to determine the best method of the 4 criteria defined above. Going down to G, the second paragraph, first sentence, arbitrary is changed to discretionary. On to the next page, under H, structure. the last sentence before the bullets. More specifically, budget documents must contain best estimates. No, that doesn't work. Contain. It doesn't work for the rest of the sentence. Most specifically, must contain best estimates of. Rather said at least just make it of. Best estimates of the following information.
Mm-hmm.
Does that work for folks? Okay. Right. And just as a visual, the loan repayments, I don't know whether it's worth trying to put spaces after emergency and replacement and unfunded with those,
The bullets are
the clear bullets kind of get lost amongst themselves by not being listed is the only thing. That's all that I had.
Okay, one more.
Okay.
That Don had was the getting the departments into that first paragraph on F. Okay.
On F, getting the departments in.
Yeah. So that second sentence: administrative functions will be charged to a department or departments that are accounted for in the general fund. Then there should be a paragraph,
Sentence.
parens, okay, and put those departments in the parens, what are in the general fund. Parks and Rec, facilities and resources,
Okay.
fire, administrative.
Can we go back to the item that we were talking about, the Proposition 218?
Yeah.
It's really a CCSD policy that we want the board to approve those rates in the future. It's not a Proposition 218 requirement.
Oh.
So it was in our notice, so it should be maybe say in accordance with the CCSD Proposition 218 notice rather than per Proposition 218.
That's much more clear, and it does speak to
Yeah.
because the point is, future boards should be having, when they do a rate increase, it should be built in that the board should, Any changes of rates need to be approved by the board annually. Maybe that doesn't need to be added in at all. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear what that policy was saying, that this specific rate increase called for annual review, but a future rate increase might not. And if the intention of the board is for future rate increases to also have that annual review,
Yeah, I
then-
think that's, whether it's there or not, I think that's key. So let's take that out. Let's not put that in at all.
Okay.
Okay, so that comes out.
I might take issue with that a little bit because the board was quite adamant in presenting the last rate study to the public that these rates were ceilings, and so that the public, and it was said at the time that that the board would be sure to examine each April. I think it would be better if that were in writing and not just.
Well, it is. We're leaving that in.
Oh, you did leave that in. Oh,
Yeah,
never
we're
mind.
just taking out the reference to Prop 218.
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Because I thought that it might be in there specifically because this time we decided to do it that way, and future boards might make a different decision, but if we want the policy is to continue forward.
Yes.
Not that we're going to do a rate increase anytime soon, I'm just saying.
All right. Have you got it? All right, I need a motion to approve as amended the budget policy.
So moved as amended and clearly stated by Director Stidel. Thank you.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Stidel?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye. Next is a discussion of CCSD municipal. Sure.
I'm really, I think there was a great deal of work that went into this initially to be able to bring a document forward like this that allowed us to make the kind of review that we did and basically just do some wordsmithing too. So I really
I'm very appreciative of the quality of work that was brought forward.
Agreed, and that
Yeah.
was the best revision by committee I've ever participated in.
That's true, yeah.
We couldn't have done it if it wasn't a
Right.
good document.
Let's have a report from the general manager on item F, please.
Sure, this is an affordable housing program item that was brought forward, asking for direction to staff. And actually, I'm going to turn it over to District Council, who will be able to comment more.
I thought Pavo was going to do this report.
So it sounds like by having Pavo around, we're going to reduce our legal fees substantially.
It's guaranteed. This is a continued discussion from the last meeting regarding amending our affordable housing program contained in the municipal code to expand the eligible affordable housing categories, the affordable income categories, to include moderate and workforce in addition to lower, which is currently in the code. The state of California and the county of San Luis Obispo have 5 affordable housing income categories. They're extremely low, and that's up to 30% of the area median income. Very low, which is up to 50% of the area median income. Lower, which is 80%. Moderate, which is 120%. And workforce, which is 160%. So staff recommends if you do make that amendment that you apply all the categories to the amendment, so we would mirror the county's program. A couple of other things to consider. There are 56 units available in the program right now. That was codified in 2013 when the board decided to discontinue allocating 6 additional units every year. So you may want to just bring that into your discussion. And then there's an incentive. Currently, there's an incentive in the code, a 50% reduction in connection fees, both wastewater and water, for the lower income housing category that's currently in the code. And you may want to consider how that incentive may be applied to the new categories if you do bring them in. And with that, I'll turn it back to the board. Be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Anyone? I'll kick it off if you'd like. I'd really like to give this back to staff just to come up with clear verbiage as to what the old ordinance says, the existing ordinance, and what the new one would say, okay? And in the staff report, if we could also get the breakdown of extremely and what you just went through. And also, the county has a provision in there for enforcement of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's over 30 years. They've got some panel or something that makes sure that, yes, we have those kind of people in there and that kind of thing. And I think if we get that information as to exactly what that would be, it would be much clearer for us to try to make a decision as to whether we want to go forward or not. The other thing that I'd like to bring to the attention of the board is I did make a phone call to the People's Self-Help Group, and they are going to be in front of the Planning Commission at the county on January 10th.
Mm-hmm.
And the gentleman that I talked to asked if we would support their position of going forward. They're making some minor changes to the buildings that they're building, that they want to build. Okay, they would be building, I think it's 35 units or something like that, and then have one clubhouse or something like that would need a meter. And the changes that they're asking for are pretty minor, and it's not something that I think we should stand in the way of. I don't know if we can have a resolution here to support them because it's not on the agenda, so we can't. But if there are people that would want to go to that meeting, I think that would be appropriate for us to do so. But we can't do it as I couldn't go as president of the board and do that, correct?
You could as an individual.
As an individual, but not as president of the board.
I think the board could give you direction here without taking formal action, and you probably could.
Okay. Okay, so in any case, they're ready to move forward. If they get approval of the changes that they're asking for, they said that it would probably be 2 years of funding, and then they would start construction. So they could start construction as early as 2021, which would be very nice. If you're wondering where this piece of property is, it's right across the street from where they currently have their apartment complex that they built, okay, on Schoolhouse Lane. So that's my impression as to where we should go with this. Director Rice.
The county will be getting into the process of updating their housing element, which is where they have all the reporting required for and the state just changed the law so that instead of every 5 years, it's every 10 years. So this is a timely change, a little ahead of schedule. And I tend to think that there's some issues I have with the changes. I think that if district council thinks that this is not too much of a workload going forward, I'm okay with doing it. I don't want to have it drop off the end of but I do think that we do need to acknowledge more important than some of the changes that you had suggested is making sure that what we do is incentivize people who are going to guarantee for the longer term, because there is a with workforce, it's like a 10-year period. There are different periods that they actually do on enforcement. I don't want to get into that part of things, but I do want to incentivize the lowest side by maybe reducing the connection fee, but not reducing connection fee for something that's going to be for essentially what's 100% of the AMI or the affordable cost at that level. Whatever we need to do to help it pencil out, because when you're looking at low home rent for a 1-bedroom, it's like $700. I haven't ever had a place rented here $700. So it may not pencil out for somebody to build a rental unit at that rate. So they'll want to. So whatever we can do to incentivize it. I don't think that it's something that we could necessarily do, but I would like to try and see something that prevents it from becoming essentially a hotel because it's short-term rentals. Because that changes the nature of the process. And that might be built into the county's requirements on affordable housing. It may not. And those are all issues that district council is going to have to look into. There's a lot going on at the state right now with affordable housing because of the nature of the crisis. So I definitely support us doing what we can to encourage it. I also am concerned that we don't just create a situation so somebody can build something.
Right.
And it isn't actually going to solve any of the affordability issues that a lot of our service personnel in this town have.
Yeah. I wonder if perhaps we should establish an ad hoc to work with Mr. Carmel on the wording of the new ordinances we would want to go forward with it.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Yeah. All right. So do we? Director Rice, you seem to be up to speed on this quite a bit, so I'd ask you to be on that ad hoc committee.
Absolutely.
And Director Stidel, would you like to be on that with her? Or
I'd be happy to.
I could do, okay. Then we have an ad hoc committee of Director Rice and Director Stidel, who will work with District Council to come up with proper wording and also work on such things as the 50% off on the
connection
on
fees.
the connection fees and that kind of thing, where that should actually lie on the division and stuff.
Is there any limitation in that percentage adjusting as you move
Not yet.
through?
Not yet, but we could do that, so that if you're at workforce, that you get maybe a discount, but not a, because if you're looking at just having the moderate income, affordable is $442,000 a home, single-family residence, that's what moderate is. So, and workforce is even higher than that. So you're not really talking about building something that is less costly to build necessarily than somebody that's just not in one of those programs. So there's ways to kind of adjust that. That's one of the things I think that President Pearson had brought up initially regarding this program.
Good. Okay.
And just for clarity's sake, with it being reworked and everything, just so there isn't any confusion, on page 88, where it says paragraph 3, line 4, it talked about adding affordable housing, medium income, and I think that was probably, I'm guessing that was actually median, and probably was not a reference of the type, and so it should come out all together.
Yeah.
Just so there isn't any confusion about what that meant.
We'll look at it. This entire book needs to be.
That tome?
Yeah.
Okay, so are we in agreement? Do we need a resolution on this? Do we need a resolution to establish an ad hoc committee?
We're doing it informally. That's fine.
Good, it's done. All right? You finished with that one? All right, moving on to 5H, discussion and consideration, approval of consultant services agreement with CIO Solutions and to authorize the acting general manager to execute the agreement.
Are we
H.
not
H.
doing, oh, we did
G.
G. What, we've been here too long.
Already.
Thank you, President
Already
Pearson.
I've lost it, yeah.
Members of the board. This item is related to our current contract, which was with Techtegrity, but they've merged with CIO, so now they're called CIO Solutions. They approached us and asked us if we'd be interested in having an all-inclusive agreement rather than hourly. So, of course, we were interested in having that since it does provide a cost savings to the district. The reason why they're interested in doing that now and weren't initially is because we now have all new equipment, excuse me, which we didn't have before. So what this represents is last year we had an overage in our hourly costs from what we estimated initially in the amount of $14,800. This year we're currently $5,381 over our monthly estimate. And this agreement represents a cost savings of $522 a month and or $6,264 annually. So I would recommend that the board does approve this agreement for those reasons.
Okay, thank you. Discussion?
I just have a question. Under the agreement, under number 7, which is on page 96, it says the agreement shall terminate automatically on the occurrence of any of the following events. And my question is, did we have a term like this in the prior contract? Because it seems like if they merged with a different company, that would be covered under these 4 events that would automatically terminate an agreement. Would that be the case?
I was disqualified from that item,
Yeah,
so I'm not sure.
I understand. Okay, but this one does, if this company were to future merge with or be sold to some other company, the agreement terminates. Okay. Which could be good or bad, I don't know. I just was curious. Thank you.
Director Howe.
Just a few questions. Are we expecting to deploy any new hardware during the next 2 years? The reason I'm asking is because that's not covered in the lump sum So I just kind of was wondering, as we look down the road, what is your general manager?
Yeah, we will, but we'll work with them. We'll have computers that we need to replace. We don't have servers that we need to replace at this point. We just replaced them, so they have, a longer life than that. But we do have computers that we're trying to replace them annually, in an incremental amount per department. So yes, we will have to pay for the cost of them loading the software and getting it ready, connecting it to our network and that sort of stuff. But Haley's really good at managing this program, and it will alleviate, having this type of system will alleviate a lot of her hands-on managing the system, or the contractor. So I think it'll even out, but yes, we would have those costs.
Just kind of thinking ahead and wondering about that.
But you have those costs with no matter
matter
which way you go.
No, personally, I think it's a very good idea. I think to get the kind of support that you would otherwise need if you had somebody on staff would cost you at least $80,000. So from that point of view, it's great. Just kind of trying to get clear about what our obligations will be. Apropos of what you just said, though, I have a question. If you look at the where they give a list of the services, I think it's B103, 104, 105. It's Exhibit A in the packet. They have basically 3 different aspects to the service, and you'll see that listed on the subsequent on Exhibit B, where you see those 3. They have the Tech Services Advantage per user. Then you have the Dato L3 2000. If you look at your, it'll be facing page 110. That's where the pricing is. But the last item, service level agreement for zero cost. Now, if you can hold that in your mind for a moment and go to the actual list of services, down at the bottom is the service level agreement part. And it does seem to imply that there would be a charge for that over and above the lump sum. So I just want to get clarity on that one. Or it looks like you're going to get 1 hour of service or something. What's your understanding of that? That's all I'm trying to get clear.
I'm not sure where you are.
Oh, okay. There's two elements. There's the list of services. That's Appendix A or Exhibit A, which is the agreement. And the first page there lists all the various things that they're going to do, and they're under 3 headings. There's the Tech Services Advantage, which is the majority of the page. Are you with me? Is everybody with me so far? Okay. And then below that, a somewhat smaller paragraph that says TB Dato LT 2000, and then another list of services. And those are included in the pricing, in the lump sum. What doesn't appear to be in the lump sum charge is the last thing down, the last bullet, the Tech Integrity Services Agreement. And I'm just concerned that may imply that there will be some charges that might still have to be. In other words, I'm not sure that, are you really getting all of the service that you think you're getting for the lump sum?
I think what this is their response time. So our level of agreement, our service level is that if we have an emergency remote service, they'll remote within an hour.
Got it, okay.
And if you have critical, involving mission critical functions, it's within 2 hours.
No problem.
So it's the different levels of response.
That was entirely, so my understanding was completely wrong. Good, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, very good. You good? All right. Do we have a motion or?
I move
Director Rice?
approval of consultant services agreement with CIO Solutions and authorize the acting general manager to execute the agreement.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Stidel?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Move on to the next item, which is item I, discussion and consideration to appoint a delegate to vote on behalf of the CCSD of the LAFCO Special District, et cetera, et cetera. General Manager, no, this is Mr. Carmel.
This is mine. I thought Pavel was going to do this one as well. He's not.
This one, actually, he probably
He could
does
actually
know.
do this, huh?
This is to consider appointing a delegate to vote for the LAFCO Special District Representative at the California Special District Association San Luis Obispo Chapter Annual Meeting on January 25th. Additionally, you have an opportunity to nominate a director to run for that position, should you so choose, or to support a candidate, although I don't think they didn't supply us with any candidates' names, so
Yeah.
I don't think that option is available to you. And lastly, because they're having such a hard time historically achieving a quorum at these meetings, they're asking that you adopt an alternative quorum procedure that essentially just reduces the quorum requirements from 18 to 15. So those are the actions that you should consider here today. But the important one is to appoint a delegate to vote and to adopt the alternative quorum procedure. And I'd be glad to answer any questions. If you want to know a little bit about LAFCO, I'm sure Pavo can do that.
Okay, discussion. Anyone? Oh, Director Rice?
I don't think I'm going to be able to go to this, so I can't be the delegate, but I think we should definitely approve the alternative quorum procedures to allow for the CSDA to be able to nominate somebody for the LAFCO, which is critical. Merle served on the LAFCO when he was on this board, and if we were to have any issue going before them, which I don't expect that we would, because they are about jurisdictional and non-sprawl, and we're pretty self-contained here. So, but it is a totally interesting, different look at government. So, I definitely think that we need to pass this. I don't know who wants to go and be our representative.
Okay. Somebody ought to be able to weigh in on this one. What is the commitment to LAFCO?
LAFCO meets on the third Thursday of every month at 9 o'clock in the Board of Supervisors chambers. And their meetings are sometimes fairly long. So it's somewhat of a commitment. LAFCO has 7 members, 2 from cities, 2 from the Board of Supervisors, 2 from special districts, and 1 public at large member. And they deal with organizational changes, sometimes very complicated organizational changes, annexations, incorporations of cities, formations of special districts. They establish sphere of influences, and also municipal service reviews every 5 years. So some of the work is pretty intense. They only have, I believe, 2 staff members, so that's a general description. But Pavo could add to that if you want.
He's not moving, so I think you've covered it.
And just having a delegate to go vote is that's going to a luncheon on the 28th, I think, of January, 25th of January.
Is it lunch or dinner? Dinner.
Dinner?
All right, if no one else is volunteering, I'll go to the dinner.
Then I move that we send President Pearson to represent this district at the CSDA annual meeting and to take a vote of approving the alternative quorum procedure with him so that we can have our say on that change.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead and do a roll call, please.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Steidel?
Aye.
Director Howe?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye.
Thank you. I would like to, can we designate a backup so that I guess we could do it because the meeting's on the 25th and we meet on the 17th. We can probably do it at the January meeting. I just remember last time we had somebody that was supposed to go that wasn't able to go, and since we didn't have an alternate authorized.
Yeah. Yeah. If I'm not able to go, we can bring that up at the next time.
I have a question on this matter, or not a question. Would you also be interested in running to be the LAFCO delegate?
No.
Okay. Would anybody
Thank you,
here?
anyway.
I mean, I just thought
No.
this is our chance to,
Not with that kind of commitment.
if we wanted to incorporate Cambria, that'd be a good one.
Well, the way the state is going and stuff, they want to incorporate all of these disadvantaged, right? And we have one of those as a neighbor, so there is a possibility that at some point in time in the near or far future, anyway, that LAFCO may be talking to us about San Simeon.
Interesting.
So we can figure that out later. All right. Liaison reports. Let's start with Vice President Farmer.
Before I begin, I just want to say, and I'm sure it's just me, because I see everybody fairly alert, but this meeting is making me feel, well, maybe down the road, 2 meetings might not be a bad idea. But it's just, I think it's just me right now. So let me quickly get my paperwork in order here. So I think the first thing I'll address is the pros meeting that they had. And I'm going to make this as brief as possible considering the time element. One of the things that was addressed is the fact, first off, one of the pros goals for this past year was working with the county on establishing additional bike paths through the community of Cambria. Well, one thing that has taken place is that there are going to be bike racks in Cambria, and maybe that will encourage just riding our bikes here in town. So the location of the new bike racks are at Pacific Premier Bank, the Bicycle Kitchen, at the skate park, and down on Moonstone Beach Drive at Captain's Cove Motel. And the bike racks are going to be delivered sometime this month. We already discussed Terry Lord being appointed to the pros committee. The main item that came up was with regard to the moving of the schoolhouse, ultimately, hopefully being placed at the Pocket Park at the end of Bridge Street. And the pros committee, there are 4 different options, I believe, that were presented, and the pros committee suggested that option 2 was preferable, which is putting it at the Pocket Park and making a possible easement across the creek into Tin City, and just making, like I said, more hiking available, people, whether we're people that live here or people that are visiting here, to see more of the community from that location. But the most important thing that needs to be understood is that there's a timeline that this moving of the schoolhouse needs to take place by February of 2020. So that's a little bit over a year. So Laurel left us a note that she feels that the board, us, should examine all the options that were presented to the pros committee, but their main concern is that time is of the essence, and the board recommending this process proceed to the county, and perhaps we can do that next month at the next meeting.
Yeah, let's make sure that's on the agenda for next month, that we take up the pros recommendation. Thanks.
I think it was already on there we've been discussed. It would have been on today, but there wasn't enough time to put together the staff report of the required information. Otherwise, it would have been on today's agenda.
There's also, a report from FFRP, but let me just mention one thing that they did. They got a group of 18 Cal Poly students to work on the ranch to plant, I know this is going to sound really minor, but to plant nectar plants, pine oak seedlings, another native understory in the forest area to improve the habitat for monarch butterflies. And the monarch butterflies, them returning to this area is declining, and it's a serious decline so far this year, and it's a real concern. So I just want to mention that. With regard to, I see that Crosby and Laurel Schwartz are here. They might want to comment on the meeting that took place last night. Among other things, there was quite a turnout. It was attended by Dan Turner, who is from the County Fire Safe Council, as well as Alan Peters from CAL FIRE, and Mike Walsh from our local Fire Safe Council. And they're going to be having a very important meeting on January 9th at 3 p.m. at the Vets Hall. That's the local Fire Safe Council. I'm wondering if Laurel or Crosby would want to get up and make any comments with regard to what happened at the meeting last night, or I can just briefly comment on what was said. Yeah, I'm on a roll. Kaiser, onion, whatever. Anyway, so 3 grants, and I believe the fire chief alluded to this earlier, that 3 grants have been obtained for $2.5 million, and 2 of them will end in 2019, the third will go into 2022. And it has to do with addressing the health, essentially, of the Monterey pine stand. And that's just not necessarily in our community here, but it goes all the way from Highway 46 to the Hearst property. And right now, there's really no formal plan for removing trees, dead trees, whether they're going to be chipped or masticated. So that's an important issue that's going to be on the horizon. Obviously, there was a Bridge Street fuel break that took place that greatly reduced French Broom and reduced the fire danger. And also, they did that over by Camp Yeager, and also, of course, recently over in the Lamert area. So one of the main concerns that was brought up is with regard to fire danger, which now has replaced water as the major concern here. And one thing that was commented on is that in this area, it's not necessarily the forested area that is the biggest problem, but that homes, especially the older homes and homes that are basically, obviously, made out of wood, these are the fuel that will accelerate any kind of fire, not necessarily trees in the forest. And so there's a need for addressing the issue of ignition-resistant home building materials, and ultimately, if in fact we do move forward and build more homes in this area, that we need to design fire-resistant homes and become a more fire-resistant community, even though this is really very expensive. Also, what was discussed is the Fire Safe Council, and this is through what happened at Cal Poly. We are one of the 3 test communities to adopt a evacuation model, and like I said, this is through Cal Poly, and so we're going to be learning more about this in the near future. And then finally, Dan Turner addressed the fact that we should always consider environmentally sensitive habitat, and that the forest health and public safety are the main goals of CAL FIRE and our local fire department as well. And now, and I'm sorry this is kind of droning on, but the NCAC meeting took place on November 28th. There was a comment on the fact that a new medical facility has recently opened on December 3rd, and it's at the building right next to the Chevron station. The Land Use Committee was concerned about the fact that there's a residence at 2350 Marlboro, and 2 years ago, the Land Use Committee approved just adding a unit to this property, It turned out there was a total demolition of the property that was there, and then grading has taken place that in no way resembled the original proposal. And so the NCAC is concerned that this needs to be addressed by the Department of Building and Planning, because what was initially planned and what is now taking place are two totally opposite things. And Mike Lyons, who's a member of the NCAC, requested a review of this issue by the Department of Building and Planning and sending a letter to them. With regard to the access road taking place from the top of the world to the Air Force Housing Project, that was previously denied by the NCAC and denied by Department of Building and Planning. So I just wanted to mention that. The Transportation Committee said that there's perhaps a necessity for audible pedestrian signals in our community for people that are sight challenged or blind. Aaron Lynn suggested that maybe having flashing crosswalks downtown, especially in the East Village, would be useful for our community, and referencing these issues to Caltrans and to the County Department of Public Works. I'm trying to think of what it is that I can eliminate here. Aaron Lind reported that business was up 18% since Highway 1 was reopened. And the fact that the fires that took place up north and down south, but especially up north, affected air quality to the degree that we had a very large increase in business during the time that took place. Like I said, people escaping the smoke and polluted air once again led to an increase in people visiting our community. And then finally, I'm sorry, this is so boring even, I'm exhaling too. There's going to be a meeting on vacation rentals in conjunction with the next NCAC meeting. It's going to take place on January 16th at the Vets Hall, and this meeting is going to last from 5:30 to 6:30 so that people can voice concerns and ask questions of the county and give suggestions, because right now vacation rentals and Airbnbs as opposed to long-term rentals are a huge issue everywhere in this county, but this is about addressing the concerns here in our community. And then the regular NCAC meeting will follow at 6:30 on January 16th, and this will all take place at the Vets Hall instead of the usual location, which is Rabobank. So that's all I have to say on those. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Harry. Very comprehensive. Director Rice.
First thing I need to do is I'm resigning from the Finance Committee, so we don't have a Brown Act issue on the Finance Committee, because Ms. Steidel, Director Steidel, is also on that committee, and you're the chair right now, so I'm officially, as of now, not on that committee, as long as you're not going to beat me up or something. It seemed like the most expedient way to prevent Brown Act violations. And I did talk to Cindy about that before to make sure that was copacetic, because you're the chair, right? You don't get a choice. Plus, I can only talk to one
Well, we are going to
director.
discuss this more on January 3rd,
Oh,
and then
okay.
we'll see what happens.
Great. Okay. The other thing I really want to mention is related to the emergency access road. It came to my attention that there was a letter from the applicant for that seriously misrepresented the discussion that this board had. And I did write a letter, and it went through Mr. Carmel before it was sent to the Planning Commission and the Planning Department. It's, of course, it's a public record, but what the misrepresentation was fairly significant in that it made it sound like the emergency access road was somehow our idea and that we were trying to get this thing done, and it was not actually something that came to us from them. So it also said, we know we need another access for this project that we're trying to do, but we can't predict what the district's going to do about it. Well, the board was pretty darn clear in the discussion at the time that in concept, that's a great idea, but we're not going to plunk down any money or get started on any planning process. So I did write a letter that says the role and position of the Cambria CSD Board of Directors was misrepresented in the subject written testimony. And in September of 2018, representatives from BKS Cambria approached CCSD seeking a general letter of support for a potential project. As a result, an item was added to the CCSD's October regular meeting agenda. We considered whether the district should take a position in support of a proposed emergency evacuation route through BKS Cambria's property. At that meeting, the board declined to take a position either way on the concept of an emergency road. There was no discussion of the project itself. So I sent that yesterday because, of course, this came to my attention fairly late. The letter that was misrepresenting the position of the board was on December 8th. So I just wanted to make that report to the board to let you know that that's what happened. And on the I want to make sure that the president and vice president know that if you have questions on like things that are going forward, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'm more than happy to do whatever I can to be helpful in the transition, because we need to go. Smooth transition of power is a good thing.
Yes. All right, thank you. The only thing I have to report on is the Finance Committee, and they've made some good progress on policies. The reserve fund policy was discussed some more, and we made an ad hoc committee to take care of that one, which Ms. Didell is also on that ad hoc committee. The general manager was able to go to a meeting that she'll probably talk about and get a PowerPoint on how to write a reserve policy, and that's being forwarded to the ad hoc committee, and so they'll be able to use that to help them formulate that. The other thing is the next meeting in January is on January 10th currently, and that is going to be the first look at what the mid-year budget is, and then in February we'll be looking at, the Finance Committee will be looking at the final monies and budget for the rest of this fiscal year. And of course, that includes, the extra monies that we're getting from the rate increase and how we are going to be able to spend that and such. So those are two very important meetings. So they are, the one on the 10th is now back at the fire station, and the one in February will be here in the dining hall. So I recommend that anybody in the public that's interested in our budget and stuff attend those meetings. They're really very excellent meetings, regardless of who runs them. Anything else?
Yeah, President Pearson, I don't know if this is. Let me just say this: we haven't addressed the recent infrastructure meeting, and I see that the vice chair of the infrastructure committee, Karen Dean, is in the audience. She might be available to make a little report here if she wants to.
Yes. And then we'll need a resolution to go longer.
Okay, we had our committee meeting on November 28th, and all of the committee members were present. We had a discussion with Bob Greshens with input from Paul Reichart on whether the temporary pipe over the pedestrian bridge should be a higher priority on our CIP list for this next half of the fiscal year because of concerns that it may be undersized for firefighting flow, as well as being a potential problem for pedestrians traversing the bridge. We agreed to bring the issue back for further discussion to our January meeting to see if we can shift some of the projects we had previously prioritized for the second half of the fiscal year. We also asked Mr. Greshens for an update of our current CIP project underway, the installation of the influence screen. He said that he would have to get back to us on that with the next meeting. There was some discussion about public comment being included in the minutes. It could be understandably difficult for a clerk to keep up with all the discussion going back and forth between community members and the committee. But the members of the public have very good input and voice important concerns, so we revisited the possibility of again recording and transcribing public comment to assist the clerk, as I myself had done on several occasions in the past. I have since asked for District Council Carmel's input on this, and we will be discussing this at our next meeting. A lot of our meeting was about committee structure, which you guys will be addressing in January. But we talked about committee member nominations and the structure of our committee. When the standing committees were first formed, the board members not on a committee nominated committee members. The Infrastructure Committee would like to expand to 7 committee members to enable us to form subcommittees of 3 when needed and not be in violation of the Brown Act requiring quorums. We also discussed whether to have a CCSD director as part of the committee, and the consensus is that we would like to have at least 1 director as a committee member rather than attend ex officio as previously suggested. The Infrastructure Committee also discussed keeping our committee separate from the Finance Committee rather than becoming a subset of Finance. The Finance Committee has more than enough on their plate, and Infrastructure needs to be working on asset inventory and management, as well as continuing to assess the priorities of the water and wastewater needs. Infrastructure would prefer to report directly to the board and let the board determine if it wants the Finance Committee to work on finding funding for our CIP recommendations if they approve our recommendations. On the scheduling of future meetings, the consensus was that we would like more time between the 2 standing committee meetings to allow for each committee to get the minutes of the other. A possible suggestion was Infrastructure 1 week prior to CCSD board meetings with Finance 1 week after, but I'm sure you'll be discussing that in January. We also talked about having 1 member from each committee be a liaison for the other committee in case pertinent information needs to be shared. Chairperson Behringer requested that Mike Lyons and myself work on a proposal for guidelines for the structure of our committee to present to the board when the issue comes up before the board in January. We have worked on an outline. We will be discussing it with our committee during our meeting January 8th at 1 o'clock, which will be held at the Cambria Fire Station on Burton because of the floor refinishing. Okay, that's it. But
Good, thank you. If you, Mr. Lyons, can complete your draft report at least and have that ready for January 3rd, that would be helpful.
We will.
Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, I'd just like to say I think this new structure of the board is working out great. You guys have done a great job today. Thank you.
I move that we extend our time past 4-hour limit still have closed session, so till 6:45, 6:30. I don't know what's the thinking.
Yeah. General manager's report and finance manager's report probably won't take too long, so.
And then future agenda, which only took us a half an hour last time.
Yeah, so maybe 6:45 is a good idea.
Okay, so let's go, we can vote again if we need to. Let's go 6:45. I move that we go to 6:45.
Second from Director Howell. Roll call vote.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Howell? Director Stidel?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Reluctantly, aye. General Manager.
Thank you, President Pearson and board members. I will make mine pretty quick. I would like to say congratulations to our new 3 directors and welcome. We're looking forward to working with you this year. I'd also like to take just a second to thank Jim Behringer and Aaron Wharton for their service to the district. It's been a pleasure working with them. Jim was a director for quite a few years, and I had the good fortune of being able to work with him too. So we have had another really busy month, and I think we're ending this year pretty successfully. We're continuing to work on the regular coastal development permit, water licenses, the closure plan, emptying of the impoundment basin. I will provide an influence green project update. We did provide them with notice of their date that they're supposed to be finished with the project, which is December 18th. Following that date, there is a penalty of $200 a day, and so we have notified them that we do intend to use that provision. And so they have become a little more motivated. They were supposed to be on site today, but unfortunately they did not show up. However, they are scheduled to be here next week when they get the final valve, as I understand it. So Bob was going to provide a further update, but I see he's not here, which I knew he would be gone because he had some other things to do. So we also have scheduled the PG&E feasibility meeting. We have Director Farmer will be, or excuse me, Vice President Farmer will be attending. We are working on the reserve policy to give you the PowerPoint that you just talked about. I did learn about that in an Aqua conference class. It was really interesting. There were 4 or 5 different financial people there, and they each had a part of the policy, so I think we'll find it pretty useful. One of them was a consultant who will put one together for you, but I'm not sure that that's something that's feasible for us due to the costs. So let's see, what else? We have pros will be meeting on January 8th here at the back of the Vets Hall due to the repair that's being done in the facility. We also have, I was asked to reiterate the meeting dates and times. So we have the Infrastructure Committee meeting is going to meet on January 8th at 1 p.m. at the Fire Department. And it's my understanding it's the Finance Department will be January 10th at 10 a.m. also at the Fire Department. So let's see if I have some other things. Oh, I wanted to announce, as we've talked about earlier, that Bob Gressens will be retiring on the 31st, and Pavo is joining our team. He does bring a wealth of knowledge and experience, and we're looking forward to working with him and the board members as we move into the 2019 year. The ranch did experience at least 15 trees approximately that were downed at the last storm event, and the facilities and resources were able to get those trees cleaned up really quickly and reopen the trails that have been closed as a result. They also have recently placed a stone bench on the ranch that was provided by the donations that the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve had acquired, and our team put it together, and it's out there, so I invite you to go out and take a look. It's a pretty awesome site, actually. And the old dog park, I'm working with Carlos to address what has been brought to my attention as several concerns by several neighbors. They're calling it a nuisance, and lots of trucks are apparently turning around in there, causing traffic delays and just using the facility as overnight parking during the weekends and things like that. And we have had to chase some people off, have the Sheriff's Department get involved, and some issues like that. The fire department did announce that they had done the burn piles, and we are continuing to work on our CIP work plan and bringing it forward to the committee. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions if you have some.
Good. Questions? Anyone? Yes. Director Steiner.
Very, very quick, because I'm just trying to understand. The mower. That was a reference to replacing the mower because it's been taken out of service. Have we evaluated the cost of outsourcing that rather than replacing a mower?
This is a mower that he uses to take care of the whole ranch. If we tried to outsource that, that would be at least a full-time position. So it is a huge mower, and it's about $12,000. I think he just sent me the quote. It's around $14,000, but we are getting the majority of that money in a refund, or I'm not sure if it's a refund, but in funds from Dan Turner for some of the work that we've already done on the ranch. So we do have that mostly paid for.
Okay, great. And the Rabobank cleanup, where did 16 tons of rock come from and concrete? I mean, did it just appear overnight, or what was?
I'm not familiar with what Carlos did on that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm assuming that it's probably one of the stream bank improvements or cleanups.
Oh, okay. And it was just deposited there until they could clear it away, or?
I really don't know.
Okay.
I can find out.
Yeah, check on that. Bothered me too.
Yeah, that.
Director,
who damaged the floor?
Viva Las Vegas.
Ah, Viva.
Director Farmer.
Just
Vice President Farmer.
It's not, you know what, it's not a problem.
Get that yet.
I don't feel comfortable with the position right now as it is, but anyway, I just wanted to comment on the impoundment basin and the ongoing effort of trying to resolve that issue. And, you know, first off, there's a photo that's included in here. I believe it's, on page 141. But that photo doesn't necessarily reflect how things are now because of the recent rains. You know, the water level is back up, so that is going to make clearing out the impoundment basin more problematic again. Moving into next year. But it does comment here: solids on the shoreline became exposed and dried out because November early on was somewhat warm, and so like I said, there was an opportunity to remove some of the brine there, the dried out brine. So it says here, a new dump truck was used to transport an accumulative total of 15 tons for landfill disposal once it was determined that it was not hazardous. And my first thought was, well, one more ton and we could had gotten Tennessee Ernie Ford here to sing us a song. But I just was curious how much more brine waste remains there for us to have to remove, and when do we have any idea when this process is going to be completed? I mean, it's last year the estimation was it would be done. I mean, earlier this year it would be done by this year. I'm just pointing out that this just continues to be so unbelievably problematic. It's kind of disheartening. I know there's no way that we can get an estimation on that, but I just, wanted to bring it up. And I also, when we made the decision to hire, I should have looked up the name of this company, because to install the influence screen, we took the lowest bid, who, if memory serves me correctly, didn't necessarily have, a broad experience in doing this, and I hate to say it, now maybe we're paying the piper. Obviously, they're going to have to do this and then get less money for doing it, but it's just kind of discouraging. This process started, in September, and here we are 3 months later, and these folks have fallen behind, kind of dropped the ball. I just want to express my disappointment, and it seems like we just get up against it in so many things. And the influence screen has been sitting out there since April of 2017, and I'm just hoping it gets installed sometime early next year. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so let's talk about the impoundment basin. I agree with you that it is a cumbersome process, but the advantage is that we're able to mix it with our wastewater, and so we aren't having the cost of trucking off the water. So that is a really positive thing for us. It has been, the level of the pond has increased to 38 inches, but with the rainwater also comes dilution, so that's also beneficial, but they are working within the requirements for removing the water, and so that it is coming down every day. Also, so you talked about when will we have the solids ready to be removed? We have to wait until the water recedes enough to where it's dry and they can remove it. We were fortunate enough to, in this picture, you can see the solid, and they were able to beat the rain to get it hauled off. So that part was also fortunate. As far as, I think it's Bra Construction, is that what the name of that place is? And I agree with you, it's disappointing, but it's my understanding they have a lot of the work done off-site, and they need to have it galvanized dipped, and then they'll be able to install it. So that's the update that I have for you.
Good, thank you. Director Rice.
One quick, can we please put up a sign that indicates where the new dog park is? People can't find it. Well, then it's not clear. It's not clear enough, because I kind of went from one place, the old place, to the new place and didn't see. So, I mean, I know it's minor, and I'm sure that the facilities department is busy, but I mean, we moved it and now people can't find it.
Maybe there needs to be a
have
sign right there at the entrance to Rodeo Grounds Road.
I think there is a small one there.
The small one apparently needs to be larger.
This is an older community. We can't see that far.
Well, I don't know whether, I'm sorry.
Maybe there should be a picture of a dog, a couple of dogs on the sign.
It could go so hard, it's so bad.
Okay.
Is there any possibility, at least for a short period of time, of being able to put a map up on the old property area to direct people?
Yeah, I'll work with Carlos, we'll get something out there. We also have talked with the Chamber of Commerce, and we're going to start giving them some information every month to get into their monthly newsletter, so maybe that'll be what we put in there first, because, tourists go to the Chamber of Commerce, so maybe that's a good tie-in there. That's it.
Good. I have a couple of things. First, you talked about training that we are required to do. Could you, at the January meeting, please bring back a list of exactly what is mandatory, what is recommended, et cetera, and the dates that are set up already by CSDA for their training, so that we can look at that also?
Yes.
Thank you. We had a safety audit done by SDRMA, I believe.
Yes.
I'd like to see a copy. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure if we have it back yet, but when we get it back, we'll provide the board with a copy.
Great, thanks. And did they look at facilities and resources as well as?
They looked at everything.
They looked at everything, good. Okay. And I thought I had one more. Oh, the street lights. I'd rather we didn't repair any of the street lights, as I expect PG&E to have that as part of their proposal to replace those. So let's not repair something at a great cost to ourselves that is going to be replaced hopefully within 6 or 8 months anyway. And even if PG&E doesn't do it, we ought to replace it with solar instead of paying PG&E $1,200, yes, whatever.
We should probably look at what agreement we may have entered into with the county when we took over the streetlights. I'm not sure if there is an agreement or what the deal is with PG&E, because I do remember that they did estimate what the cost would be, and I think that's what we're charged every month, but I'm not positive. It's been a long time since we've looked at that information, but we did cap the last one after it was run over again by a vehicle.
Okay.
So there have been several that have been capped.
And my last one is for Mr. Carmel, I guess, because Mr. Greshams isn't here. Have we responded yet to the county? They gave us pretty specific direction as to what they wanted in order for us to continue going on the CDP process. Have we responded to them yet?
Yeah, we're in the last stages of preparing a feasibility study, which was the most recent requirement. It's really the final requirement to get back in the queue. We're probably on our third draft, working with Cindy and Bob. So hopefully we're going to have that done by the end of next week. We'll submit it and recommence meetings and moving this thing forward.
Okay.
With Pablo's help, that actually should be a lot easier.
Yeah, Mr. Ogren, you're on the spot now. Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Finance manager, your report?
Thank you, Director Pearson. I don't have much to report other than what's on the sheet. I know it's late, and you guys have probably already read this. I do want to point out on the new financial system upgrade, during the last board meeting, I was requested to contact Tyler Technologies and inquire if they wanted to renegotiate our contract and extend the terms again. I did pose that question to them, and they are not interested in doing that. They want to keep the one change order that we had already completed to extend it for the first payment to be December of 2018. They want to keep that intact. They did mention that they're not in a rush for us to pay it, so if we need the terms extended to mid of January, they are in support of doing that. So at this point, we're just going to need to go forward with the process.
Okay, very good. Questions for the financial? Yes, Director Rice.
Once again, the auditor starts late because we have a change of finance officers. I hope has the auditor come in yet?
So yes, David Bruner was on site 2 weeks ago. I think I have the date here. He was actually on site on the 28th, the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. And he is due to come back next Wednesday, Thursday, and potentially next Friday.
And he anticipates having a work product in January, which means maybe we see it sometime in February. Does that sound about right?
So the first course of business is going to be for him and I to sit down and ensure that our books are up to date and all the adjusting entries were completed for fiscal year 16-17. I do not have a list of those adjusting entries, so him and I are going to be working together the first day that he's on site to complete that. That way we have a good balance coming forward into 17-18, and then we'll start working through 17-18.
Okay, I just am concerned because this is about the same time that he started last year, and he kept coming back with reasons why that were legitimate reasons, but still it delayed that audit significantly. So I just want to encourage you to keep nudging him forward so that we can get this
I
audit.
definitely will.
Thank you.
Yes, Director, Vice President Farmer.
It's not a problem. I just want to comment on the fact, and I realize that you've been kind of pressed on time because this meeting is a little bit earlier than normal. But also what is normal from my recollection when we're talking about cash balances, expenditures, that type of thing, that usually we are able to see how much in a summary of what has taken place here in the expenditure report, how much was spent by water, by wastewater, and by the water facility. And so I'd appreciate if that would continue.
Are you referring to the budget to actual update, or are you referring to the expenditure summary?
I guess you could say the expenditure summary, correct?
So if you look at the expenditure summary, there is a summary at the very end before you get into the payroll. Let's see, I'll just give you a page number. If you look at page 35, you do see a summary for the month of November for all the different divisions.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Sorry,
I'm
it's just
sorry,
kind of small.
I kind of overlooked that.
Yeah.
So maybe if you could.
Bold it? Would you like me to bold it?
Make it bold and make it at the end, if that's possible.
So it's kind of two different things. Well, I guess I could put it at the end. We're trying to separate the accounts payable transactions from the payroll transactions.
All right, as long as it's more visible.
Okay.
Yeah, bolder, because that's the way it's usually been. Thank you.
Okay.
I can do that.
And thanks for doing that.
Director Howe.
I wanted to piggyback actually on Director Farmer. I really appreciated in the expenditure report where these things were aggregated. It seems to me that was something I had asked for in public comments a couple of months ago, and I'm pleased to see this here so we can look very quickly and see so much for this and that. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Since the auditor works for the board, when he's here next week, could we arrange for Vice President Farmer and I to meet with him?
Sure. He's due to be on site Wednesday. I don't have that confirmed with him. I should have that confirmed with him on Monday.
Yeah, just let us know what works best, and we'll try to be there.
Okay.
It would be a half an hour, 45 minutes, just to find out where he's going and what he's doing, and
Sure.
and to give maybe some power to getting it done. Okay.
He did ask me if he needed to write a letter on his letterhead, letting the board know that he was on site and he was committed to doing the audit.
Yeah.
And I told him I didn't feel that was necessary, but if you would like him to write a letter,
I don't need a
I'm
letter.
sure he
I
would
want
be
to see him
happy
in
to do
person.
that.
I want to eyeball him.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll take care of that.
Thank you. All right. Future agenda items. Director Rice.
In January, we need to make sure we have the bylaws, which would include changes to the meeting schedule and potentially changes to the 4-hour limit. If we're going to end up with 2 meetings a month, we may want to change that to 3 or something
Yes.
for each of those. We need to have the Historical Society issue in front of the board, hopefully ready for doing some kind of action. And these are some carryovers. The acting general manager is familiar with some of these things. And then related to the street lighting, I'd like to see that information come to the board. It doesn't need to be in January, so because it's not super time sensitive, but we should be looking at it. And I'd like to try and create a policy of shutting them off in the very middle of the night, because dark skies is one of the reasons why people tend to live in these.
Right.
If I could do that, the same thing with my neighbor's porch lights, I'd be happy. But so if those are if you need me to make a motion, I'm glad to make a motion.
Oh, I don't think so.
As long as
We'll
the
get that
president and vice president are
Yes.
aware of that. And the other thing is I really would like, this one I am going to make a motion. I move that we have a resolution recognizing the service of Director Behringer. He's been here 8 years. He was elected twice and not appointed ever. He was elected twice, and he continues to want to serve the community. I think it wouldn't be inappropriate to have one for Bob, who's spent even longer here. So that's my motion, is that we have, and Aaron also, I think it would be appropriate. So to have those resolutions, I think January, I know it's going to be a big meeting, but I think that's when maybe we even do it on the 3rd. I don't know. But that's my motion. We have an agenda item to recognize those individuals who've served this district.
Yeah, I would second that one. So if we have a motion, we need a roll call vote.
Director Rice,
Aye.
President Pearson,
Aye.
Director Stidel,
Aye.
Director Howe,
Aye.
Vice President Farmer.
Aye.
Okay, any other future agenda items, Director?
Right. I just want one little clarification about meeting with the auditor that you brought up just a moment ago, and you said it was on what date?
Well, it's going to be Wednesday or Thursday, right, of next week, because he's going to be here both days?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
What works best for you?
Well, I only say that because I'm being included at the meeting with Brent Patera from PG&E from 1 to 3 on Wednesday.
Okay.
Perhaps Director Stidel can attend, since she's on the Finance Committee. That would seem logical if she's available and willing.
Yeah, I think that would actually be more appropriate.
Okay.
Is that, let's double check. I appreciate that that you're taking the action to do that, and I want to make sure that that's followed through, so.
Let's see, I have commitment Wednesday at noon for a couple of hours, so
Okay.
maybe the same circumstance.
Or Thursday. If he's going to be here Thursday too, why don't we just try to make it Thursday?
Morning, whichever.
Yeah, Thursday at 9 o'clock or something like that would be fine.
Okay, I will get with him Monday and confirm the dates that he will be here.
Good.
And then we'll get an email out to, I'll just send it to you. You too?
The
Okay.
two of us. Yeah.
And you can tell
Thank
me
you.
what date and times work for your schedule.
All right.
Thank you.
Very good. Adjourn to closed session.